In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We're hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're H2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes we can. Then reality kicks in and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk. where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. H2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
are over there, microphones are over there. Okay. Just talk. You can go on stage over there because here's a little gap.
Yeah, I'm going to. Thank you for telling me. No, okay, cool.
Right, we are starting when everybody is usually already seated on stage.
Sounds good. Super. Great. Thank you.
Good morning, welcome, and welcome back to the Europasaal for day 2 of the 2023 Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. My name is Jennifer Porto. I'm the moderator here in the Europasaal. I'm really, really excited to be back for day 2. I'm really, really excited to have these 6 individuals and 2 more individuals who will be joining us. More about that in just a second. Today's panel is called Youth and Community Involvement, Pooling Knowledge for a Just Energy Transition. We want to look at how we can pool knowledge and how we can share knowledge across generations, across communities for a proper just transition. As we heard this morning from the president of COP28, no one can be on the sidelines, no one can be left behind. We've also heard that phrase, a just transition, a few times already at this year's BETD. And in this session, we're going to do a deeper dive, talking with activists, with ministers, with industry leaders, and we're going to be doing it like no other session at the BETD. Now, what does that mean? So this session is designed as a front row participants event. This means some of our panelists up here will stay here for the whole hour, but around a half an hour in, we will invite 2 speakers from our front row to join us. And I'll let you know when that will happen. This change in lineup will also mean an opportunity for a change in a new direction. Audience members, if we have time, I would love to invite you as well to ask questions of our panelists, whether they're the panelists on stage or the panelists who have taken their place in the front row. We do have quite a lineup for today's first panel here in the Europasaal, and I'd like to introduce them to you. Seated just to my left, Artane Rizvanoli, the Minister of Economy for the Republic of Kosovo, Mitzi Janelle Tan, an international spokesperson and convener of the Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines. You just gave a keynote. It's fantastic that you made your way from the Weltsaal over here. Thank you so much. Rana Adib, Executive Director of REN 21. Elizabeth Wathuti, a climate activist from Kenya. Christina Simone Techa, the Desk Officer of the Global Plan of Action for Sustainable Energy in Displacement Settings Peacekeeping Training Program at the Division for Peace at the United Nations Institute of Training and Research, and Saga Williams, the Senior Advisor, External Relations for the First Nations Major Projects Coalition. Joining in later will be Lisipriya Kangujam, a climate activist from India, who was a young keynote speaker yesterday, and Nugzar Kandrava, the Director of Project Management for the Department of the Energy Development Fund in Georgia. Thank you all so much for joining me today. Because we have 8 of you, I want to get right to our questions. I'll start with you, Minister. The draft Energy Strategy 2022-31 that was adopted last year by Kosovo's government seeks to promote the expansion of renewable energy sources. It also includes provisions to help the population be more active and become prosumers. Now, according to statistics, Kosovo has the youngest population in Europe. I think that around 65% of the population is under the age of 25. My first question is, did you include the youth in this process? And no matter how you answer that question, do you think that this energy strategy encourages more democratic participation in the energy sector and decentralized access? Minister?
Thanks so much. It's particularly great for me to be here today because, first, as you said, Kosovo is the youngest country in Europe. Also, being a relatively young minister in a generally young government, younger than average, I would like to think that we have some of this youth element also in this policy-making process just by being younger. In our energy strategy, we thought that it's extremely important to have a participatory process and for there to be consensus. And I'm saying something which sounds like a cliche here. However, if you think about it in the context of Kosovo particularly, we are the 3rd country in Europe with the highest reserves of lignite. And we've relied on coal for such a long time that for most people, particularly older generations, it can be unimaginable to move out of coal and not to use these natural resources that we have. So in order to make sure that we have a transition, we need to make sure that everyone is on board, that everyone is not only informed but fully believes that we need to make changes for the next generations, which is another reason why I'm particularly happy to be here, because in energy, we are really never making decisions for today, or very rarely so. We are making decisions for the next generation, therefore making sure that they are informed and participate in the process is extremely important. What we tried to do, what we did, is we made sure it was quite a long process actually, and one of the key reasons for that, because it was a participatory process. We had many workshops for around 1 year, where civil society organizations, other stakeholders were included. At the end, when we had public consultations, I personally visited the 7 regions in Kosovo, had discussions with citizens and local representatives, many of them youth. And we've also tried to interact with youth on social media, particularly on issues that were burning issues, either in crisis management or in regarding the energy strategy. Whenever we would see that something is particularly interesting for youth, we try to respond on those questions and engage them into the debate, which was very useful. And of course, we do take on board, it's very useful to see what they think. And it's actually often very surprising to see how informed and interested they are. We also had a campaign, energy saving campaign, in primary schools all over the country. And we had great discussions with the kids. We were sharing advice with them, but they were sharing also advice with us, sharing their experience, what they do in their family, in their school, to save energy, how they affect their whole families by what they learn at school and how they give advice to their siblings. Which it was really great and one of the most rewarding experiences as a minister, actually. It's not something that we get to do often, but one of the things that I really enjoyed. In our energy strategy, we want to make sure that citizens are active participants, not only by being producers of energy and consumers, being prosumers, not only by being more aware about what choices they make, but also by making sure that no one is left behind in this transition. A particular section in the strategy is dedicated to schemes for vulnerable consumers, who, first of all, should be informed about their choices they make, but also, more importantly, enabled to make these choices. They are enabled. We want to make sure that everyone is enabled to live in efficient homes that are comfortable enough and warm enough during winter and cool enough during summer, and that they are able to afford this and spend as little on energy, and therefore also reduce energy poverty, which is currently a problem in our country. So
I think we're going to come back in the second question and talk a little about this more. I'd like to move on now to Mitzi Junel Tan from the Philippines. And yours is really a strong voice, and I have to say it was really fantastic to listen to your speech this morning. You talked about anti-imperialism, you talked about anti-colonialism, intersectionality, and in your work, you also focus on amplifying voices from the global south. How would you envisage a global and just energy transition? And I have a second part to that, and I know it's hard because I have to ask you to limit to 3 minutes. But as a climate activist in the Philippines, do you see a distributional aspect of climate change and the global energy system?
So we can see that the way that the climate crisis impacts people is not the same across the world. And I don't know if this is going to be controversial as a climate activist, but I don't think climate change is the biggest problem that we have on this planet, but rather it is the problem that will amplify all other problems that we're already experiencing. And that is why there is no equal distribution of how people are affected by the climate crisis. Those with more economic privilege, those that have like gender privilege, so when you have to experience gender injustice, racial injustice, economic marginalization, these all amplify the impacts of the climate crisis for you. As a very concrete example, Typhoon Yolanda or Typhoon Haiyan, known internationally in 2013, hit the Philippines. And months after the typhoon left, young girls and women were forced into prostitution because there was no other form of work. There was nothing else that they could do. And so there you see the class crisis and gender crisis interplaying with the climate crisis. And how do we fix this? How do we have that just transition, as you were asking? It all starts with that political will, with international collaboration, with phasing out fossil fuels. So countries like Germany, countries in the global north, are already capable of doing that. In the Philippines, we do need to stay with fossil fuels for a little bit longer, but we also need to make sure that when we transition into renewable energy, part of reparations isn't just climate finance, but also technology transfer. Lest what will happen is that we have to go into debt to buy the renewable energy technology to be used in our countries. That's not how we approach a global just transition. We need to make sure that when countries in the global north transition into renewable energies, they also make that technology available to countries in the global south. Because where do the minerals for those renewable energy systems come from? From our countries. It comes from us, but we are not able to produce it and to industrialize it ourselves because it's exported to countries in the global north. So we have to understand that it is this global systemic problem that we need to solve. And when we're talking about just transition, we also need to remember the workers. That when we phase out fossil fuels, we cannot leave behind the workers of the fossil fuel industries. Because they're not the ones who caused the climate crisis, so they shouldn't be the ones who have to suffer these consequences. It is possible. It sounds like such a big ask, but it's not. It's as simple as caring for the people around you, caring for people across the world. And once you remember that, and you stop, not us really, but really when policymakers and world leaders stop prioritizing profit over and over and over, then we can have a discussion and a dialogue that truly talks about a global just transition.
I'm really happy that you brought up the workers. I can do a bit of advertising for the panel that's going to happen next. We're going to be looking at making sure that we include workers in this just transition. Rana, I'd like to turn to you now, Executive Director of REN21. According to the website of REN21, you are the only global renewable energy community of actors from science, governments, NGOs, and industry. So your goal is to inform both policymakers and the broader public on trends and potential opportunities in the renewable energy sector, looking at what a renewable future might look like. How would you describe the current trends, though, in the global energy transition? I mean, we're talking about a just transition. Is this a just transition?
So maybe before speaking about the just transition, I would like, why are we the only global community for renewable energy, a multi-stakeholder community? Is because our governance really allows the stakeholders from industry, governments, research, science and academia, and NGOs to participate and sit at the board, at the table of a board. And I think this is something that is really fundamental because governance is basically a real big question on all the topics we already heard about. So I think it is also for all of us a responsibility to explore more of those governance models. And let's be honest, as a multi-stakeholder policy network, it's quite messy. We're not used to this. We're used to speak a sectoral voice, an expert voice. It means listening to each other differently. It means developing knowledge and data that is being not only crowdsourced, but also owned. It means basically developing the Esperanto for renewable energy and for the transition. Now, I'm going to come to the just energy transition. I think before speaking about the transition here, it's important to underline that renewable energy and a renewable energy-based system and economy and society is actually much more just, fairer, equitable, and environmentally sustainable than a fossil fuel-based one. And I think that is something that is really important because there is very often this focus of how do we move away from fossil fuel in a just way to renewable energy. I think it's fundamentally important to underline that the value of renewable, the positive value, the social, the environmental, and the economic is already there and better than what we have in place. Now, how do we make this happen? And I think this is basically a part where it is really important, and what REN21 offers and can offer as a global community is basically a platform for all those. We have a community of more than 4,000 experts, change makers globally. And what is important is all these players are doing amazing things. The solutions are there. There's a lot of experiences, and we heard it already here on the panel. We heard it during the days. And these voices need to be amplified and really have a seat around the table when it comes down to global debates, global policy making, defining basically the World Trade Organization rule, the International Monetary Fund rules, because here is an order that is implemented, there is an institutional pattern that is implemented that is from the past and needs to adapt to a renewable-based system and to a fairer system. And I think this is basically where I really invite all of you to join the opportunity we can offer as this global community to share your voices, but contribute data, contribute knowledge, contribute the insights to basically develop this crowdsourced data that is showing what is working well and what is not working well. And I'll end on this part. What is working well? Great renewable energy uptake when we're looking to the power sector. But the overall system depends still on 80% of fossil fuel. That's a reality. The sectors, building, transport, industry and agriculture are fundamentally lagging behind, and they represent 80% of our energy consumption. So what is important here, and you spoke about the cross-sectoral part, is we do not only need ambition, goals, and investment going into roadmaps, political leadership, going into the supply side, but we also need to accompany the fossil fuel-based energy-consuming sectors to move out of fossil fuel. And this means roadmaps, it means targets, and unfortunately we heard, like here in Germany, that those targets have been, the sectoral targets have been killed over, I think, yesterday. And I think this is really a learning, and where your voices are important, the sectoral voices are important to ask for it, because renewable energy today is more affordable, and it's an economic story, it's an energy security story, and then it's a climate story too.
This is something that I definitely want to come back to later in the panel, but now I'd like to move on to our next panelist. Elizabeth Wathuti, you're from Kenya, an activist. You're also the founder of the Green Generation Initiative, which works on educating children and young people to care for nature and live, and to encourage them to live more sustainably. You're determined to empower communities, especially children and young people, and you want to find solutions to the climate and ecological crisis. In the work that you've done, we're here to pool knowledge. What are some of the best practices, the recommendations that you can give to the rest of us?
One thing that I have understood through the work that we do at the Green Generation Initiative, and one thing that we must embrace, is the fact that the environment and the climate are not separate from human affairs. And it's an understanding that our survival, health, and well-being is very much dependent on the survival, health, and well-being of our planet and everything that is surrounding us. And with the work that we do, we've tried to bring and sort of build these connections, an understanding that we are in an interconnected crisis, food crisis, nature crisis, climate crisis, energy crisis, and all these crises, all these challenges have similar drivers and similar solutions. And so with the work that we do, we are also empowering and teaching children to clean their own air, grow their own food, and also implement locally led climate solutions with an understanding that that is how they also grow bolder and change their surroundings, their communities, and even beyond their country's borders. And we have understood that if we create these environments for them that allow them to thrive, that allow them to survive, that allow them to understand that they have a voice to fight for what is going to create their future, for us, that is one of the most important things. And so one of the things we're doing in terms of the food crisis is trying to create food forests in schools across Kenya, trying to get the children to pick designated compounds in their schools, and there they plant mixed species of fruit trees that also encourage them to grow their own food at the same time. But we've also understood that there is a lot of energy that is used in some of these schools because they are overpopulated, they have to cook for their children, and along the way being able to identify challenges and finding solutions, because one of the best practices we have to do, we always have to make sure that we give communities an alternative solution. And as we continue to create these green spaces in the schools, and as we continue to encourage the children to grow their own food, we understand and we know that they have to also cook. So we also understand that these schools need to have access to clean energy. And at some point I was giving a story of one of the schools that we worked with where we were able to create green spaces. We were able to have a green fence around the school, have a food forest around the corner, but about 3 years later, most of these trees had to be cut down for the schools to actually have access to biofuel to cook. And so we have to make sure that at the center of it all, that these communities that don't have access to energy, and even as we talk about a just transition, how is this just transition ensuring that access to energy to the millions of people who still don't have it is at the center of it all? So one of the things that we started to do is also making sure that these schools have access to biogas energy, and this is through biodigesters at the same time, because we understand that if they have access to biogas to cook for the children, then the trees and the food forest and the life-bearing fruits that they bear will continue to thrive and survive at the same time. So it's an understanding that all of these issues are very much connected. And then we also have to put communities at the center and at the heart of it all, because all of these solutions we talk about in the conferences, these are things that communities on the front line are driving every day, are leading every day. And it's just an understanding and asking ourselves, how do we scale some of these solutions that communities are already doing every day? Because as much as they are the most affected by the crisis, one of the things that communities have chosen not to do, they have chosen not to sit back, and they've chosen not to bear the fate at the end of it all. They've chosen to step up and find solutions within themselves, find ways to make sure that their children and their families have food and water. So for us, it's about how do we center these communities? How do we make sure that their needs, their present needs, and their solutions are at the center of every decision that is being made, and that they also have access to the resources they need. They have access to the technologies they need. They also have access to direct finance to be able to support these communities and to be able to support their solutions to scale at the end of the day. So for me, when it comes to even a just transition, it is at the heart of the communities, at the heart of the children, at the heart of the people that are bearing the biggest brunt of the climate crisis, despite having done the least to create it. So it is for us to make sure that all these issues are centered at it all. And communities know what works for them. Communities know what solutions are best for them. So they have so much to offer. They have so much solutions to offer. And we just have to make sure that they have an enabling environment. They have whatever it takes to be able to scale some of these solutions. And being able to link all these issues as well is something that I have seen in most of the forums where decisions are being made. We treat all these issues as though they were separate. And at the end of it all these issues are very much connected. If our environment is enabling us to continue to grow our own food, then it means people are going to be able to thrive. People are not going to have food insecurity issues. And just a good example right now.
I do want to say, because I want to make sure we have time to everyone else, I want to come back to this because I think you're absolutely right. I mean, we've heard it many times already. This isn't a one-size-fits-all solution, and we have to listen to people where they are. We have to go to people. Communities know best what works for them. And I want to come back to this. This is so important, but I also want to make sure this is another community that's really important. Christina Simone Teixeira, at UNITAR, you work on clean energy access in displacement settings, and this is a different type of community. And you also look at how to improve clean energy access to the most vulnerable. Access to energy in general, but especially access to clean energy in displacement settings, it's really important. It's indispensable. Can you give us a brief current state of affairs? And what are the effects of insufficient access to clean energy in these displacement settings?
Yes, and thank you very much for this question. And I'm super happy to be here today. And I have to say I'm so inspired by this panel and by the whole dialogue. And I'm very happy to talk a little bit about clean energy in displacement settings, because this is what we actually call like humanitarian energy, and not many people know much about it. We actually last year developed a new report on the state of humanitarian energy. So if you're interested, you can look on the GPA website, because there you will have like more detail that I won't be able to share like today with you. Yes, and you said like clean energy is indispensable. Like it really is. Like it is for us, but it is even more like for displaced people. And actually, you're asking me like how the situation like is at this moment in time, and I would say like the situation is quite marbled. Like on the one hand, we do see like some improvement. For example, if we think about accountability of institutions for energy provision, for example, you will see more projects like in displacement settings, focusing on energy for health, energy for cooking, energy for households. Also, we actually do see many like UN organizations, international organizations, looking at their own footprint and trying to like get on with their green shift. But I have to say, like, we are sadly like not there yet, and we have by no means like reached like the progress that we would want to reach until now. And I would really love to share like a couple of numbers just for you today, because I think they're quite shocking. Like an estimated like 94% of displaced people in camps do not have access to electricity, like 94. And 81% still rely on firewood and charcoal for cooking. Like, can you imagine what, like, the consequences, like, of these numbers? And actually, millions of people still, like, of displaced people, live in the complete darkness, surrounded by smoke, pollution, unable to access basic services, or actually sustainable cooking solutions. And these basic services, actually, of electricity, I mean, for them means no, like, basic access to healthcare, education, as well as risks that are related to, like, gender-linked activities, like the firewood collection, etc. So actually, I mean, for these people, access to electricity means really much, much more than only switching on and off the light. And I have to say, I think with all the stakeholders that I've met here during these 2 days, we really have the means, like, to not leave them behind. So
we absolutely do have the means not to leave them behind, and thank you for saying that. I'd like to turn now to Saga Williams. You're a senior advisor in the First Nations Major Projects Coalition, and you've been involved in the successful implementation of a number of high-profile initiatives, including energy, mining, economic and policy development projects, and land claims settlements. In this capacity, did you witness any energy projects that breached the rights and territories of First Nations communities? And this is not an easy answer to give in a brief fashion, but I have to ask you to please be brief. Would you say Canada's energy system is a just one?
Thank you for this important question. I think the context of understanding the history of Indigenous peoples in Canada really would inform the answer. But first I want to say I'm very happy to be here. I want to acknowledge my ancestors and the future generations. As part of our teachings are that we look 7 generations ahead to when we make any decisions that would impact our future, our children, our children's children. So I'm really inspired that we have a panel here talking about youth involvement in climate change and in sustainable energy. When we talk about the history of Indigenous people's participation in resource development in our country, it's one that consistently consisted of breaches of our rights. We have constitutionally protected rights in Canada. Part of those are treaty rights, so those rights that were negotiated with the federal and provincial governments, but also Aboriginal rights, which stem from our inherent connection to our land base. And I think that we've moved and transitioned out of a stage of having to hold the levels of government accountable in terms of our participation in the resource sector. We've done that. It's not been an easy transition. Much like Mitzi mentioned, there's been a history of colonization that have impacted our people and our people's relationship with development that's happened in our country. And I think we're transitioning out of that, and there's been a number of court cases that have facilitated our participation and facilitated the acknowledgement that any resource development or any projects that are happening are happening on Indigenous held land. So in order for projects to move through an environmental regulatory process, First Nations and Inuit and Métis people have to be involved in that conversation, have to be involved in the discussion around how that development happens. And our participation and partnership is key in terms of ensuring that happens. And I want to say that in the context of the traditional knowledge that we hold, it's really important to bring that information into resource development, because we have very intimate knowledge, having lived off of the land since time immemorial, about how the river systems run, how the water bodies are, how they sustain life, and sustain life from a flora and fauna perspective. So our involvement is really key in terms of development, and it's key for the sustainability of Canada, which is a very resource-rich country.
Thank you so much. I love that you bring this up as well. My husband's a journalist, and he has just done a story about the importance of oral tradition in Indigenous communities and how important this is. And I love that you gesture towards the future and also gesture towards the past. And these voices are so important. Just because it's not written down doesn't mean it's not good knowledge to share. Thank you so much for mentioning that today. This is what we talked about earlier. Now it's time to have a shift in our panels. I'm so sorry that we have to say temporarily goodbye to two of our panelists. Thank you again to Mitzi Jonel-Tan and to Elizabeth Wathuti, who will now take their seats in the audience as I invite two new panelists to the stage. Joining us are Lisi Priya Kangujam, a climate activist from India, and Nugzar Kandrava, the Director of Project Management, Department of the Energy Development Fund in Georgia. For the second part of the panel, we'll hear from our two new panelists first before we move to the other panelists in the group. And then, of course, I want to make sure, if we have time, if you have an audience question, again, you can direct it to someone here on stage, or you can direct it to one of the two panelists who has now taken seats in the front row. Our two new front row panelists, you're also welcome to ask questions of your fellow panelists up on stage, and I want to get right to it so that we can make sure to have enough time for everybody. Lisi Priya Kangujam, you're one of the youngest climate activists in the world. And you're part of the Child Movement, a global movement for climate justice. You were also a key agent. I think your mic's already on. You were a key agent in the distribution of oxygen tanks to people who had COVID in India. You were really involved in community work. We've heard about the importance of communities and support of vulnerable people. And you were a part of creating a forum for exchange in a crisis, which COVID definitely was and still is. What kind of forums for exchange do you wish for when it comes to the design, implementation, and evaluation of energy projects?
Well, first of all, I would like to say that the climate change problem is not only for you or for me or for somebody else. Climate change problem is like for everybody living on this planet, in our Mother Earth. And also, you can just see in my country, India, in New Delhi, that how we are facing the air pollution crisis and the heat wave crisis in Delhi. Like in winter, we are facing severe heat wave crisis, and in summer actually, and in winter again, we face the air pollution crisis in India. So it's really the climate disasters that we are facing due to the past generations and that they have caused, and I want the rich country nations to pay for the loss and damage, actually the climate finance, to the global south, to the developing countries, to the poor vulnerable countries who are like facing all these global climate crises. And yeah, but our leaders are doing nothing. They are just blaming each other instead of finding a long-term solution, and they are just taking out temporary solutions like shutting down schools for 1 week, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, but these are the temporary solutions. What we want is permanent solutions. And we already have the solutions by the scientists and the experts. What is left is the action. So what is needed is the action by our leaders and the people. So we need to collaborate with each other, and then we need to fight together. We need the climate action now. And also, the best gift parents can give to their children is not a beautiful house, expensive car, or a lot of money. The best gift parents can give to their children is a beautiful green planet. And to give this planet, we need to just transition away from coal, oil, and gas, which are the top causes of today's global climate crisis. And also, so that's why we are saying to the rich nations to pay for the loss and damage immediately. We need the money now to for the loss and damage to the global south. So yeah, there will be no climate justice without climate finance.
I think that's exactly correct. And it's really inspiring to hear you talk, I think, about my son, who's younger than you. And I can't imagine him sitting on a stage like this. It's incredible the work that you do. And you kids like my son, I'm sure many of us here today have kids here. Thank you so much. And speaking of funding, because I think it's important, to our other new guests on stage, Nugzar Kandrava. The mission of the Georgian Energy Development Fund is to promote the realization of Georgia's energy potential and the effort to secure funding. Money is so important. You search for renewable energy projects that have potential and promote their development. As an expert in the field of project development, what would you say? How important is it to include stakeholders such as communities and the youth in this process? And can you perhaps give a very brief example from community-based renewable energy projects in Georgia?
First of all, thank you very much for organizers for giving us a unique opportunity to meet each other, share our experiences and our ideas. Thank you for a question. We are developing projects in Georgia till 2012. And the main lesson which we learned is that you have to start right communication strategy for every project. It does not it's 1 megawatt, 2 megawatt, or 100 megawatt. For each project, you have to start right communication strategy, and it includes communication with communities and communication with youth generation, because we are trying to communicate with them in two directions. First of all, we are trying to raise awareness, because unfortunately in rural areas of Georgia, there is not very high educational level, and for locals, we have good news that in Georgia, like 99% of villages are electrified, but unfortunately, they do not know the logic behind how the electricity is distributed to their homes. For them, it's easy just to click on and turn electricity on, but we are trying to explain how it works, starting from generation, then there is transmission, there is distribution, and every of this process needs investment, needs maintenance, and we are doing our best to explain this process for all of them. The first one is this direction, and another is to show them that there is a very big room for growth for youth generation in this direction. There are many professionals that are needed in this direction, and unfortunately in Georgia we have lack of them. We are trying to highlight that if they do good in school, then they will study in university for these specific professionals. They will have big opportunities to be involved in the process in Georgia for development of especially renewable energy projects. So this is the two main directions in which our communication strategical team is involved, and it's very good that these problems are solved jointly with government, with private sector, and with all stakeholders, because all of them see that right communication with youth and right communication with communities that are part of project area is a very crucial part of project development. Nowadays we are developing one of the biggest solar power plant in Georgia, utility scale solar power plant. It's 96 megawatt, and we started communication with locals, with communities before we started investing in project development, because we had several meetings. We had not only physical meetings, we are trying to bring them to another projects to show them how it works, and we are doing our best to involve them in the process, because at the end of the day we are developers, we are developing projects, but locals are living in the area near the project, so they must know how it works, and they must be sure that this project will be beneficial for them. So we are doing it from the very beginning, and then when we know that they are ready and their awareness is raised, we are then starting to invest in a project and start other project investment activities.
Thank you very much. You talked a lot about project development and, of course, project development, planning, implementation. I want to move to the panelist to your left to talk a little bit more about displaced communities. One key claim, Christina Simonetti-Techart of UNITAR, of the Global Platform for Action, is to ensure priority involvement of displaced people, host communities, and host governments from planning to implementation. Is there an ideal way, and I have to ask you to be brief to make sure we have time for questions later on, maybe a minute and a half, an ideal way to involve stakeholders in this process from planning to implementation?
Okay, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. I'm always recalling when we talk about inclusion of displaced people in all the processes. First of all, like the disability movement in the 90s when they said nothing without us, nothing about us without us. And I think like this is something I think we should bring into the development work, humanitarian work, but also energy planning. Like we cannot do energy planning, I mean, in displaced settings, but also elsewhere without being inclusive. And the first reason for this is that if you don't do that, you're gonna like develop the wrong solutions. Like we still have a lot, like we see a lot of projects, for example, in clean cooking, where we see like the support of some cook stoves in some countries, in areas where actually like these stoves don't like support the cooking traditions of the people, so they can't use them. So it sounds like impossible, but it's still happening.
I do love this idea of nothing about us without us. I want to jump in here because we did have a very exciting moment yesterday during a panel about cooking and how important it is. Cooking is a huge source globally of emissions, and we have to include these communities. I want to move on to the panelists next to you. Saga Williams, to talk a little bit about nothing about us without us. What would you wish for when it comes to how Canadian policy involves Indigenous communities? And I apologize that I have to ask you to be brief in your response.
Well, the good news is I will be here for the next 2 days, and I have lots of information with me and lots of takeaways. So please come and approach me and my colleagues here. But I think when you ask the question about what needs to be done more at a policy level, I think, as I mentioned before, we are transitioning to a place where capacity is being built for Indigenous peoples to participate in the discussion around the regulatory regime that guides the development of resource projects in our country. We are part of the conversation, and it's organizations like the First Nations Major Project Coalition that helps to build that capacity and helps to bring in the traditional knowledge from our knowledge holders in our communities and into a context that allows for that information to transition into a regulatory process. So the protection of the environment is really key for our communities. It's key for our organizations, but not leaving behind our communities in relation to resource development. It doesn't mean that we are sacrificing the well-being of our communities in terms of the participation from an economic perspective of resource development in our country. We're a very resource-rich area, and our communities live in those areas where mining is happening, where hydro development is happening, where hydrogen development is happening. So we need to be a part of those conversations. And Christina, the conversation that you had around displacement, we are displaced people within our own territories, and we've been put on very small tracts of land implemented through the reserve systems, but we have intimate knowledge of the vast territories that we're from, and we are able to bring that into conversations around resource development, around protection of sacred sites, and around protection of environmentally sensitive sites. So when you talk about what needs to happen, I would say that we are being involved in the regulatory and policy regimes where resource development is happening, and it's a really important place for our communities to be. So thank you for the opportunity to say that and to be part of this delegation.
Thank you so much, Saga Williams. Your Excellency, I'd like to turn to you next from Kosovo. The Ministry of Economy and the Ministry of Environment for Spatial Planning and Infrastructure, together with the UNDP Kosovo, have taken action to design energy efficiency policies. We were just talking about policy and measures, the circular economy roadmap, and you've also developed thematic policy briefs in the climate sector. Unfortunately, I have to ask you very briefly to tell us a little bit about these policies and measures.
Yes. To keep it brief, I'd like to focus on the energy efficiency one, because Kosovo has a very high energy intensity. So compared to our, excuse me, compared to our GDP, we consume over 3 times as much as the EU countries on average do. So addressing energy efficiency, increasing energy efficiency is a key part to decarbonizing our energy sector. So for this, we are designing a new building code, which will mean that buildings that are built from now on will be much more efficient and reduce the need for energy consumption and generation. We're also working on eco-labeling and increasing awareness about efficiency. One of the initiatives that we have recently undertaken and that has had a great effect in this respect was a subsidy for heating appliances, efficient heating appliances, which, apart from its direct effect, where we reached over 9,000 families with 5 million euros of subsidies, we've seen that it's created a lot of buzz. People are talking about energy coefficients, are talking about energy labels, and companies have started marketing their products as efficient, which is also helping to raise awareness and inform consumers. So in the same vein, in combination with new regulations, but also subsidies for efficient equipment, we are hoping to have a significant effect and impact actually beyond the measures in improving energy efficiency. And this is one of the most exciting things that we are doing.
Thank you so much for sharing, Your Excellency. Rana Adib, to close out this last round, I'll ask you briefly. REN 21 is really is very active within the energy community in pooling knowledge, but I want to know what you think. I'm talking to you now, not to REN 21. What does good vulnerable community and youth involvement look like in a minute?
Okay, in a minute, I'm going to build on the nothing about us without us, because I think this is a fundamental challenge we have also. It means that the people who need to be part of the discussion, and we have a diversity of people who need to be part of the discussion, have also the climate literacy and the energy literacy to be able to participate in this discussion that are partly really technical, legal, political, require a lot of expertise, decisions, etc. It also means that we have a different focus when we look at the energy transition. I think we heard it here on the panel with the diversity of voices. And I think that's, for me, as a cultural hybrid, often something I realize 2 languages are not the same and the cultural part is not the same. And I think that is something which we need as climate players, as renewable energy players, to really integrate in a much better way. So to be able to involve those different decision makers really means to start thinking and telling the renewable energy story in a different way. So when you obviously, when you speak about energy security globally and you go to African players, they say like, okay, great, we speak about energy security in the global north, but for us, energy security is energy access. And it's completely correct to say this. Ultimately, it comes down to the same topic. It is about access to sustainable energy supply. And I think this is one part. The other part is also that and I think that's something to really see. As the energy consumers, we need to, the different energy consumers, we have a different view on this, but also the policymakers. So whether you're sitting in the transport ministry or in the energy ministry or the agricultural ministry, you will look at energy in a different way. And you're actually responsible for a political agenda or an investment that is linked to providing good healthcare, providing a sustainable agriculture, etc. Energy is always a key, it has a key role, is enabling here. But if we come and say like, oh, those solar PV panels and wind blades are so cool, and you should really think about them, they're not going to jump on it. So we need to basically change our narrative. And I think this is really something which I feel is fundamental on this part where there is so much good practice is let's share this good practice. But then also you said like the best thing parents can do to give basically to their kids is a green planet. I think it's a green planet, but it's also education. And here I really think that when you think about the fact that Italy, I think, was like 3 years ago, the first European country that included climate as a mandatory topic in the educational program, that's basically crazy.
My son goes to third grade here in Berlin, and we had to buy an extra, it wasn't provided by the school, we had to buy an extra notebook that is all focused about climate change and energy and sort of the world that he will be facing, that we will be facing, but that he will be facing. And I think that's, I mean, it's great that they're starting in third grade, but it shouldn't be that I have to buy it. It should be compulsory. This should just be a part of the regular curriculum. We only have 7 minutes left on our panel, and I want to make sure that we each have about 20 seconds to close things. So I think I want to see, is there anyone in the audience that has a question, a brief question for any of our panelists here or in the audience? Or do any of you have a question for one another? Do we have a question? I don't see. Oh, yes, please. Linda will bring you a microphone. I'll have to ask you in the interest of everyone here to keep your question concise and short.
I will try to keep my question concise and short. Thank you. My name is Jonas Heid. I represent industrial energy consumers in Germany. So I suppose in some ways the enemy. I think to summarize the questions, perhaps one should say it's just a lot more complicated, perhaps, than it's been made out to seem on this panel so far. And I think there's 3 key points that I think you should perhaps bear in mind.
I'm not sure we have time. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I'm not sure we have time for 3.
I'll be super fast.
Thanks.
Industry is moving as fast as it can, but it's slow by nature. Politics is trying its best, but it's very often firing the wrong way, very much accidentally. And nature protection and climate protection often go against each other. I'd be happy to discuss these points later. Thank you very much.
Was there a question? No. Oh. Please, Rana.
May I quickly? I would agree, and I think this is basically something that is, again, when we look from the different perspectives, and all aspects and agendas of this are right, and basically will come to other decisions depending on that. And I think this is basically a part which is the big challenge, in addition to the educational, is how do you create the spaces that we can have not only polarized discussion, but identify the common ground of understanding that really allows us to move forward. And here I also think if you it's like you ask on the citizens' involvement on the different voices, policymakers can create the spaces in their tendering processes to ensure that citizens do support this. If we don't have citizen support, the reality is that transition is not going to happen because there will be a pushback and the NIMBY and delayed permitting processes, etc., and no inclusion. So I think it is how do we identify, and that's not comfortable because we need to get out of our comfort zones, but we are able, I think we are so many smart people on this planet, to create new formats where it is not only about power games, but where it is about a real dialogue and listening to each other and trying to find joint solutions.
A real dialogue and listening to each other is fantastic. It's a really, really fantastic closing thought, which can lead us into closing thoughts from everyone else. Your Excellency, I'd like to ask you briefly for a final word on the idea of youth and community involvement, pooling knowledge. If you can keep it to 30 seconds, that'd be fantastic.
Well, that's a tough one. If I had to summarize, I guess I would say that from these 2 years in government, something that I have learned is that is extremely important for everyone to be heard. And not all ideas that come are implementable. Not even all of them are smart, I have to say. However, among them, some of them can be really useful, particularly when they come from experts, when they come from private sector, from people who really have devoted their lives to either analysis or applications. So it's really important for us as policymakers to listen to all of these voices and to identify the ones that are actually feasible, because not all of them them are. And this way, I think we can ensure that we don't make the accidentally wrong decisions that someone mentioned.
I think that listening to one another is important. I'd like to now listen to Lysipriya. Do you have a brief closing statement for us today?
Yeah, I would just like to tell to everyone that we are unstoppable, another world is possible, and change is possible. So we must keep fighting until we achieve our goals.
Thank you very much, Lysipriya. Aww. Nugzar Khandrava, do you have a brief closing statement for us?
Yes, I want to one more time highlight that raising awareness is one of the main direction to solve these problems. And also, I want to fully agree with my colleagues that we have to start from education in schools, education in universities, about the renewable energy, about the climate changes. And as soon as our younger generation will fully understand the problem and fully understand, will see the ways how to solve it, then it will be their demand to politicians and to other parts of communities to start changes. So I think that this is the main direction, to invest in education.
Thank you very much. Investing in education, extremely important. Christina Simonetti-Techart, a final closing word.
Okay, my final closing word would be, let's not reinvent the wheel. We have resources. Let's include displaced people into existing energy planning and energy programs, and also financing possibilities and methods. And let's keep on talking with the private sector, because there is a real business case out there, and it's not true that it doesn't make sense to keep those people on board. So let's not leave anyone behind.
I think that's great. Let's not leave anyone behind. Saga Williams, a final closing word.
My closing thoughts are that we need to include Indigenous perspectives in a framework for resource development and energy development. We need to include those perspectives because they're the ones that are most impacted in terms of being on the land and knowing the land, that we have to protect those land-based teachings, and we have to incorporate them into a regime of decision-making within our countries. I think we also have to provide the resources for them to participate in these conversations, but participate also in project development from an equity perspective.
Thank you very much. I want to make sure that we also ask our two voices in the audience today. You're welcome to stand. You're also welcome to join us up on stage. We're going to get a picture with you anyhow later on. Elizabeth Wathuti, do you have a final closing statement? Come on up on stage. Here, take my chair. Mitzi, come on stage as well. You're a part of this panel too. Please, Elizabeth, a closing statement. Have a seat. You can stand by me.
My closing statement is we have to connect everything we're doing and connect ourselves with the realities on the ground, because we are not lacking information, science, or policies. What we are lacking is urgency. And for us to change everything, we are going to need everyone to be on board. Thank you.
That's right. We're going to need everybody on board. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. You get the final word, Mitzi.
The industry doesn't have to be slow. Human beings are capable of amazing things once we understand that there is an emergency, that there is a crisis, and this is a crisis, and this is an emergency. So we need to act fast. To say that we cannot do more, that this is the fate that we have, is to ignore the lives of billions of people across the world. So the challenge is, are you capable of doing better? Because I know you can.
Thank you so much, Mitzi. Thank you so much to all of my panelists. Mitzi Tan, Elizabeth Wathuti, Artane Rizvanoli from Kosovo, Lysipriya Kangujam, Rana Adib, Nugzar Khandrava, Christine Simonetti-Techart, and Saga Williams. A round of applause, everyone, for this HAYS panel on pooling knowledge, community and youth involvement. You can catch the next studio session either on the screens located just in the foyer outside or in the Weltsaal, and we'll be back here in about
that is constantly
half an hour
evolving,
for our next
progress
panel,
seems
which
to
is going
offer
to be
only
on,
two choices, to follow
I've forgotten, but I'll
or
tell
to
you in
be
a minute.
left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Ha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes we can. Then reality kicks in and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar. with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. H2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're H2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. H2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Europasaal for our second panel here today, looking at overcoming the bottleneck of specialized labor. We had a really interesting panel just before this one. And one of the panelists brought up how important workers are and specialized labor. I'm really happy that we get to talk about this today. This is an issue that we've talked about in past years at the BETD, and it's one of the most critical. So I thank you all so much for joining me and taking time to be here for this panel as we look at methodologies that address how we can overcome shortages in specialized labor as we're designing and building up renewable energy infrastructure. Now, Baerbock noted this in our opening keynote yesterday, and we touched on the topic, as I said earlier today in the Europasaal. It's been a theme in the past few years, and we're going to look at how, this year we're especially going to look at how we can focus on building up a labor sector without pinching or poaching from other countries. Joining me today on this panel are Tatiana Iosipar, the Special Representative for Energy and Climate Diplomacy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for Romania. All the way at the left, Gilberto Barrios Castillo, the Undersecretary of Energy Transition and Planning at the Ministry of Energy in Mexico. Dr. Barbara Kaufmann, the Director for Employment and Social Governance and Analysis, the European Commission here in Germany. Antje Klaus-Vorreiter, the co-founder and CEO of the Green Solar Academy, Party Limited, Germany. And Eric Manzi, the Deputy General Secretary at the International Trade Union Confederation in Rwanda. Thank you all so much for joining me today. I want to start off now with our first round of questions, which sort of generally address the theme of, does the bottleneck of specialized labor exist? And I'd like to start off, Dr. Barbara Kaufmann, with you. You're the Director for Employment of Social Governance and Analysis and for the European Commission. Now, European countries have adopted policies to bring down greenhouse gas emissions. The EU has also written into its climate law the goal of climate neutrality by 2030. We heard earlier today, we can all do the math, 7 years from now. And it's also raised its emission target to 55% fewer emissions by 2030 when compared to 1990, the Fit for 55. To reach these goals, renewable energy infrastructure has to be expanded massively. Are the policies being implemented now? Can you already observe a shortage on the market for specialized labor? That is, people who build up, who run, and who maintain these renewable energy infrastructure pieces? How does the availability of specialized labor differ among EU countries? I know that's a lot of questions, so please, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning. Oh, yeah, still good morning. And thanks a lot, Jennifer, for these questions and also for outlining our really ambitious agenda in the EU in terms of green transition. I have to say, for us, it's clear that this green transition also has to be fair. And it's also clear that we need enormous skilled labor. And you're right, we already see some labor shortages. I should also say that the data, especially if you want to ask about renewables, is not so easy to find. So I'm trying my best to tell you what I've found. But before I do that, let's also mention that we have had a trend of labor shortages for 10 years in the EU. And it's basically linked to the fact that we are an aging continent, and it's getting worse and worse. It's also linked to the fact that we're not managing sufficiently, maybe others do worse, but we're not managing sufficiently to include people in the labor market, people like women, people with a migrant background, especially women with a migrant background, people with disabilities. So that's another issue. And thirdly, now, as you say, we have this accelerated green transition, and we are creating a lot more jobs, and therefore we can expect the labor shortages that we see already are even increasing. Now, your question is, what do we see already? So I give you a few numbers. For instance, we can say that 30% of EU employers in industry and also 30% of EU employers in the construction sector say the labor shortages are limiting their business activity. And for industry, I know this is a tripling since 2020. We also know that, according to the European Investment Bank, 80% of people say they have difficulties to recruit people, and the skill shortages prevent their further development, including in key sectors for the green transition. And we also know that some specific sectors, construction, manufacturing, transportation, water supply, energy sector, the vacancy rate has doubled since 2015 to around 2.5% in the EU. And when we come to the country question, then I can say there are even differences here. And maybe something that's also very important, when you look at public administrations, then 70% say we do not have the necessary skills and resources to carry out environmental impact assessments, and that can be also a factor hampering permitting. So now just to your question on the national level, for instance, the European Labour Authority says 2/3 of member states report shortages for occupation that are relevant for the green transition: bricklayers, roofers, electricians, engineers. So 2/3. If we look at Germany, for instance, where we are, the job vacancy I mentioned earlier has increased from 3% to over 7% compared to the EU average of 2.5%. Or in Poland, it has also doubled, but it's still at 2%. And looking, for instance, at Spain, it's much lower. So yes, there are differences inside the EU. And I should also say, of course, we can go much further. We can also start talking about teachers and trainers, because we will need these people to train the people that then go into the green economy. So I think here we see in Belgium, Sweden, Netherlands, Denmark, they already have these major shortages for vocational education and training. I think I stop there. Thanks.
Thank you so much for giving us that introductory overview of the EU. We'll come back to that. I'll get to you in just a moment. But first, I also want to turn now to Gilberto Barrios Castillo, the Undersecretary from Mexico. I wondered if you can give us a sort of a brief state of affairs in Mexico as it is right now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. We think the energy transition must be implemented responsibly, in one hand, to the environment, and also to provide a good service to all citizens in the world. At this time, it's not recommended for Mexico to be disconnected from firm generation. Rather, what is applied is alternating intermittent energy with clean firm energy, such hydroelectric, clean as gas that currently represents a vehicle to achieve the energy transition. In Mexico, only 3% of electricity is produced with coal. Our country only has full oil generation plant. When our actual president was elected as governor, clean energy generation was promoted. We started at 22%, and in 4 years of this government, we reached 29.6%. The energy transition is a great commitment that Mexico supports in this way. We have set ourselves the objective of reaching the 35% of clean energy by the year 2024, the year in which the present administration ends. To achieve this objective, our country has energy transition law that obligate us to achieve these important goals. This is legal. We have the National Institute for Electricity and Clean Energies, which is more than 50 years old, where you can also see geothermal energy and hydroelectric plants. And you can see everything, and we also have a National Institute for Nuclear Institute. This is our outlook. Thank you very much for your kind invitation to this important and necessary dialogue.
Thank you so much, Undersecretary for Mexico, Gilberto Barrios Castillo. I know that you're not feeling well. You are, of course, welcome to stay on stage, but if you have to leave, we understand. And thank you so much for being here with us today. Thank you. I'd like to go now back to the EU. Tatiana Iosipa, Romania's Special Representative for Energy and Climate Diplomacy. Speaking for Romania, do you agree? I saw you nodding a little bit with Dr. Barbara Kaufmann's analysis from the side of the EU Commission. And can you observe a shortage of specialized labor in the renewable energy sector in Romania? And the second part of that question is, in what sort of activities or sectors do you see that shortage as being most visible in Romania?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much for convening this panel, Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. This is a very, very hot topic that we all been dealing with when we talk about energy transition. I totally agree with Dr. Kaufmann's analysis. We do see a shortage of labor in the green transition everywhere in Europe, because phasing out fossils and carrying out huge investments in renewable energy requires not only funds and not only access to green technology, but also specialized labor. In Romania, we estimate that by 2030, we would need between 15 and 20,000 new jobs, both for the construction and the operating of windmills and photovoltaic parks. We already see imbalances in the Romanian labor market, exactly as Dr. Kaufmann has said, because of the pressures of the globalization, the aging population, low birth rates in Romania's case, and also the relocation of Romanian workers within the EU. So unless we properly retain the existing labor by reskilling and upskilling and preparing the new generation of workers, we risk to run into labor shortages and slowing down and maybe losing momentum of our transition. So how do we address labor shortages? With measures on the short term and measures on the medium and long term. On the short term, of course, the temporary solution might be for some sectors the import of labor. And I know you just mentioned in your introduction that might not be a good idea, but to a certain extent we do resort to that, and I know a lot of countries have been resorting to that. But on the medium and long term, however, we should focus on adopting and implementing employee education and skill development programs. And in Romania, the industry is rising to the challenge. We have private companies, and I would mention only one, Monsoon, the largest development of green energy in Romania, that set up in 2015 a renewable energy school of skills. And I think this will tie in very, very nicely with Antje's presentation, because this particular school has training centers throughout the country, both in areas where we do develop green energy, but also in the areas where we decommission some of the coal production facilities. They have 150 courses, both internationally and nationally accredited, and they are part of a network that trains about 90% of all the European labor in green energy. So yes, we do see a demand of specialized labor. We are in a global competition for specialists. We shouldn't kid ourselves. The people that are well prepared and well trained can find employment anywhere in the world. So we have to offer them the best conditions, good salaries, good jobs, and good career prospects.
Thank you very much, Tatjana. Ihr super. You mentioned, Antje, Klaus Vorreiter, education being extremely important. So let's talk about that. You are the co-founder and the CEO of the Green Solar Academy, with branches, I think, in 9 countries in Africa. And you have project activities in a few more than just those 9. From your experience, do these countries suffer from a shortage of specialized workers and engineers, so people that build up the renewable energy infrastructure? And the next part of my question is, what are some of the differences you've observed between those countries in which Green Solar Academy is active?
Thanks. I think I will answer the question together, or both questions together. We are working in several countries in sub-Saharan Africa, and I think the best way to answer the question is to look to 3 different countries which are in a different level of development in the just energy transition. So let's start with our home country, South Africa. So we are both the owners, we are Germans, but the company is based in South Africa, in Johannesburg, and we have been working there now for more than 10 years, so we are 100% South African company. And yes, in South Africa, we definitely face a lack or a shortage of skilled labor. For those who are from Germany and who know what is happening in Germany now, or what happened in Germany like 15 years ago, so when the PV market was booming and now it's booming again, this is where we are in South Africa. So the growth is exponential, and nobody would have predicted that. So we started 10 years ago with 2 academies, one in Cape Town, one in Johannesburg. We offered maybe 5 trainings a year. now we offer minimum 1 training per day. Presently, we, and this is actually also what is going on in the industry. So we train between 150 to 250 participants per month in 5 academies in South Africa. So there's definitely a shortage of labor. And what changed in the market is, at the beginning when we started, we trained entrepreneurs who saw the opportunity to work in solar, who saw opportunities to add a new business field for their companies. But now we have quite a solid PV market. We have a lot of companies, there are about 700 companies, solateurs, how we call them in Germany, so companies working in the PV industry as installers, and they now lack skilled labor. And this is where we are now. And I mean, we are a company, a PTWare Limited, and we offer professional training short courses, but that was okay for the start. But right now, we need the people who work in the field. And together with our partner Life Choices in Cape Town, we presently develop a training for the youth program to overcome that problem, to really be able to skill the youngsters to work as PV mounters on the construction site. So this is where we are. And please do not go to South Africa and steal our labor. And not to the continent at all. Yeah, Ethiopia, it's the opposite. So in Ethiopia, actually, we have a very well-established training program. We were involved in developing a 3-year training program for TVET colleges. It's good to start early with the training program for the youth, because that's the problem we are facing right now in South Africa. So having the training program is one thing, but the idea to train thousands of youngsters in PV where there's no market, it's a bit of a problem. And this is where we are right now in Ethiopia. We have a solid PV industry there, and it's old and established, like more than almost 20 years, I would say, but it's like in the small scale off-grid market, and they need every year a few new people, but not thousands. And Ghana is kind of in between South Africa and Ethiopia. So it's a little bit where South Africa was 10 years ago. So it starts to professionalize. We have companies, a solid PV industry, and what they lack is young engineers with the skills to plan PV systems. And we started to work there 4 years ago. We have a partner academy in Ghana, and together with our partners in Accra, we helped the Takoradi University, the technical university in Takoradi, to establish a solar training center to train the youngsters, the young engineer the industry needs. So yeah, that's kind of where we are in the countries where we work.
Thank you so much for that overview, Antje Klaus Vorreiter. We've heard a little bit about the EU, we've heard about Africa, a brief foray, and I want to return now to the Americas and also to Asia. Eric Mansi, the International Trade Union Confederation. It's an international organization that advocates globally for workers' rights. If we're looking at Asia and the Americas now, would you say there's a bottleneck of labor specialized in the renewable energy infrastructure that's in those regions? And if it exists, and I think it probably does the shortage of labor improve the situation of workers in terms of wages and working conditions? And how unionized is the renewable energy sector sort of globally?
Thank you. As you said, I'm representing the ITUC. It's an organization, confederation, international, and representing 200 million workers across the world. Yes, of course, the bottleneck exists all over the world, with perhaps more acuteness from one continent to another, or from country to another country, as you said. But what we can say is, if you have some, especially in the USA, or if another path, you go to Australia, we are there already some organization in terms of to address the challenges of the transition, energetic transition. But if you go to the Latin America, there we have many problems. I think even my ex-neighbor said that there is some program, there's some political will, but not yet a strong program. What I can say as a trade unionist is the fact, if we have, if we as we know, we have the strong potential in terms of creation of new jobs or the projecting employment volumes in renewable energy sector. But on the other side, we will see you have very few little research, empirical research in terms of the challenge, opportunities, and solution for labor market supply in terms of the just transition. For us to talk about the labor bottlenecks, or would say the shortage, labor shortage in terms of the new transition, is for us the symptoms of poorly managed transition. We have known for many years that this transition to renewable energy is necessary. The fact that we don't have the skilled workers to make this transition is part of the problematic strategy by many governments. However, we recognize that appropriate labor market, it's the joint responsibility of the employers, the government, and the trade unions. On the side, we insist that the employers of private sector must can simply leave the responsibility for the government, but also they have the responsibility to train their workers in terms of to have some skills, but also to provide to them the decent work condition. It's very important. Both these aspects are essential to address any shortage in labor market. We need to insist on that. Unfortunately, this process is taking place against the background on industrial actions, the strike, the cost living crisis, and the concerns of the workers in terms of their future, in terms of to go to the renewable energy source. And but what I add also is the workers are sensitive of the issue of the decarbonization. Their role in decarbonization is very important to note. But it depends on the continent. It depends on the country, because yes, we have somewhere if they agreed on their role in decarbonization, where they feel that they have enough power bargaining in terms of their condition, in terms of to build their capacity in terms of their skills. That maybe can go to the question how to unionize that people. To unionize the workers is just to say the skill development plan is essential part of just transition in low carbon economy through renewable energy. In that way, countries need to respect and implement the high local labor rights, and most fundamentally, the freedom of association and the right to collective bargain, and to have a social dialogue and a conducive environment of social dialogue. Because to plan the just transition, the just transition is necessary to sit together as a workers, as employers, as a government, to sit and to discuss on the different plan to develop the skills, but also the working condition.
Thank you so much, Eric Manse. I love that you're talking about the just transition. We talked about it earlier. We also talked about how important it is to bring along the workers, to make the people who are working in fossil fuels they also know and they also want to be part of it, but we do have to retrain them and we have to have infrastructure in place. And that's what I want to move on to now in our next round of questions. And I love it because I see you all nodding and taking notes. And if you want to respond to one of your fellow panelists, just let me know. I think it's exciting for everyone if that happens. But I'll come back to you, Antje Klaus Vorreiter. We're going to look now at strategies to overcome the specialized labor bottleneck and what your co-panelist, Eric Manzi, was talking about, this, like, we need to have structural change. The Green Solar Academy, you provide training for solar installers throughout Africa. And I'm interested in how Green Solar Academy contributes to sort of, I know in some places there isn't a labor shortage, but in places where it is, how do the activities of your academy sort of complement or substitute government policies? Please make sure you take your mic.
Sorry. Maybe I start to explain how we work in Africa. So Green Solar Academy is a private company which operates presently in 12, so we operate presently 12 academies in 7 countries. How do we do it? We work together with partners. So we started 11 years ago in South Africa. And at the beginning, we even offered the training ourselves. We even had trainers from Germany at the beginning. But from the beginning, the idea was to train the people in the country to build up that local capacity. So right now, we do not operate one single academy ourselves. So what we do as a company, so we develop the training program, we train the trainers, we do all the marketing and management. We ensure that the participant get the same training if he goes to Accra, if he goes to Cape Town, if he goes to Johannesburg, but that he also gets the training which is relevant for him. Because, I mean, there's a lot of basics which are, I mean, they are the basics. It's the same all over the world. However, you have to understand the local market, you have to understand the local legislation, and this is where our local trainers are coming in. And this is how we work. And so how we do is we call it a franchise concept. So it's a franchise. It's not, because it's always so difficult to explain what we do. And
franchise,
like friend, yes. It's a corporation, and we are really a big family. Mm-hmm. And so if you see us, if you come to the solar show end of April to South Africa, you will see all the different people with green shirts running around, and those are our partners and trainers from all over the continent. And that's how it works, and this is also what is important for us to create that local value chain. And another thing is that the N in green stands for network. Because the thing is, I mean, we offer short courses, professional short courses, and even so, if you are an electrical engineer or a civil engineer, after a 5-day training, you are not an expert. We can give you the foundation to start in the industry, but without having partners to work with and without knowing where to buy material, you can't start. And this is, we have a very strong alumni network, we have WhatsApp groups, we have frequent meetings where we bring the people together, but we also work together with the industry, we have technology partners, so we are product agnostic in our training, but we invite the manufacturers such as BAE, SMA, and I mean, all the different ones, but also, I mean, not only the German ones, also Victron or Huawei. So we invite them to work with us together, to grow the industry together, and to enable all our academies to work with the latest technology, because that's also important for the participants. So our goal actually is to grow the industry together. A little problem we have is that, and you said it actually, so we have all the women, we have even school dropouts, we have quite a lot of labor potential, or potential labor, which, we can't, I don't know, we can't get them into the courses, even we in the professional courses, so the engineers, the female engineers, they are not coming, and even the women for marketing and so on. And I mean, so it's always the idea to have all the women in PV and especially in engineering. I studied civil engineering. We were 200 students in my year, and we were 20 women. I mean, this is how it is. And so how can we get now, and so Vivian and myself, so my partner, she's also a woman, and so we thought, how do we get the ladies in our courses? And then we came up with nice campaigns, targeted women, and nothing happened. So, and you have to see our alumni, as I said, 95% male. Okay, so then we came up with a campaign which we call the hidden gems. So bring the hidden gems from your companies to the training. And finally it worked. So we started with that 2 years ago in Women Months. So in South Africa, August is Women Months. And so the whole month was about hidden gems and bringing the women to the courses. And finally, they came. Another initiative we had, and that we have that project in Ghana where we set up the Solar Training Center. And the leader or the project manager at the university is also a woman. And we were sitting together and thinking about how do we get the female students to the training, or how can we make solar interesting for them. And they have different faculties, not only engineering, also marketing and finances. And then we thought, I mean, there's so much more in solar than engineering. I myself, I never built a house. I never even managed a construction site. I'm a manager and trainer by heart. So, and this is, I mean, it's a lot of things to do for me in the PV industry. Marketing is a lot of things to do, financing. And so we came up with a workshop which we called Exchange, because we saw two things. So the one thing was getting the women into the PV industry, but the other thing was also to get away from that approach to see Africa as the lost continent. Africa is where we have to come, we Germans, we Europeans, with our solutions. So we think, I mean, there's it's a lot to learn for us in Africa. And I mean, we know it. We are there now for more than 10 years. And even a lot of, even the youngsters there, so to show them that what they have already. And so we created that workshop, and we made it around the International Women's Day. We had 51 young students, female students, discussing about the idea to develop sustainable projects, products, concepts for their municipalities, for their communities. And we brought a group of female professionals from Europe and Africa to exchange with the youngsters.
I think that sharing knowledge is one of the most fundamental issues that the energy transition is going to take. And I want to come back to you about this, and the importance of like educating, and especially educating young girls to work in these fields is important. But I want to make sure we don't also forget about people who have been working traditionally in fossil fuels, because retraining them is going to be absolutely critical. And I want to come back to you now, Eric Mansi. Looking from the Trade Union Confederation perspective, do you think retraining of workers from fossil fuel related sectors and redeployment in the renewable energy sector is feasible, but on a global scale? Like, it's not just going to be in 1 or 2 countries, we have to do it on a global scale. How would you judge the overall impacts on employment in countries that are seeking to change their energy mix from fossil fuels to renewables?
Thank you. I think it's feasible strategy. But it's not only feasible, it's must to be part of any strategy to achieve the necessary energy transition to renewables. And all figures in all regions indicate that transition to renewable energy will create more jobs, as we said previously. But the crucial aspect is how this will be done, the way will be done, this one. And what is the quality of the jobs we can create after? And the sector to be able to retrain the new sectors, is it possible? That's the question. How can you switch from what you say, the pollute sectors to green energy? That's maybe it's the question. But I think the first thing is, as you said, is to to give the confidence to all workers in that sectors. If we start that, the such plan is to create some confidence. Every workers to understand that they can switch to the green economy. Or, as you say, the women to understand that they can have enough skills to be confident about her. But also another, the thing is, what we said is to need to pay to assessing the supply of skills, and as well as to improving the qualification of the workforce, or the transition will be, or if it don't be done, this transition will be unfair because of the difference from the continent to another. We need to work together. We need some solidarity from some countries where is well developed. If you take some countries in terms of the example we have, where they already put in place some plan, as Germany. The Germany is not because I'm here, but is one of the country where the job is done well, and we can exchange with another country. But we have also some other countries will not be done well, like our neighbor here in Scotland or UK. Even if you say in South Africa, I think in Africa, South Africa is one of the best examples with the best practices. But however, we are not happy because that plan is not implemented with the workers. There is no a good relationship, good involvement of the trade movement in that implementation. It's a problem for us because we need together to work together on in terms of to create, not to reduce the regional disparity of the skills, but also continental disparities. And I think also it's one the point. The second is we need to remove all the barriers to workers wishing to move from fossil fuel sectors to renewable energy sectors. If you take one example, we got to in our organization is the fact, for example, I think it's in Scotland, where to move especially for the foreigners, workers, to move from the sectors to another sectors, we need to have a new work permit. It's discouraged the people want to move. It's one of the barrier. If you take, I think the example in I think UK, where they use sometimes the cheap foreigners workers to work in the new sector instead of to use maybe the local where they have enough skills or they can develop some skills. What we say we need to have, if you say the just transition, must to be just. We must to be fair on implementation.
I think it's hard sometimes to define what's just and what's fair, but I think that talking about making sure that people can pay their rent, that they have enough money to buy groceries, I think this is something that's really important. And I want to come now and look at another specific example, since we have you right here from Romania. Tatiana, Iosipe, Romania's energy sources, you're relatively balanced right now. I have some numbers, so bear with me for a moment. In terms of electricity generation, 20 to 30% comes from hydropower. So the share of renewable energy, that's actually pretty significant. But a fourth of the national electricity production in Romania comes from coal, and another fifth comes from oil and gas, and most of that is imported. So apart from hydropower, the share of renewable energy that is growing, especially in the wind sector, I think it's around 10% right now in terms of electricity generation. How does the Romanian government approach structural change on the labor market? And are there strategies that you have to redeploy workers from the coal sector into the RE, renewable energies sector?
Yes, and as I said, we are investing massively in renewables because we want to increase our share of renewables from about 24 as it is right now, but overall low carbon energy, including hydro and nuclear, is around 60%. But we still invest in increasing our renewable energy share. And yes, we do have strategies to redeploy people from especially the coal sector towards renewables. We have strategies that deal mostly with the social impact of the coal phase out. We have committed to phase out coal by 2032. And these strategies are crafted by region, by coal mining region and coal electricity producing regions, and they are funded from national or local budgets and also from various European sources as well. We get a lot of support from that as well. In most cases, the strategies provide that the workers are reskilled and upskilled and helping them to get the right qualifications to find new jobs in the green energy production. It's not only the government that is involved, but also the private sector in Romania is also very ambitious in training and retraining projects for people in the coal sector. There are also various support that we receive, and I will just mention here the initiative for coal regions in transition. We believe that the technical and professional skills of technicians in coal are easily transferable to the renewable energy and the energy distribution sectors. The certifications that they obtain from training and retraining courses allow them to work in the installation, operation, and maintenance of the renewable projects and electricity networks. For instance, we can redeploy miners in mining for sustainable mining for raw materials needed from the green transition. And I think this is very important to help us in another strategic direction, preventing replacing the dependency on fossil fuel with a dependency on raw materials from imports. Or they can be reskilled for other jobs, and we have an example in Romania of a company that is successful in recruiting and retraining miners, people that are used with risks and with working in difficult conditions to become maintenance technicians for wind turbines, working in high altitude as opposed to underground. For instance, workers in coal power plants can be retrained to work in power plants using more sustainable energy sources. Because we do have a responsibility to ensure the future for the communities dependent on coal activity that has contributed over the time to the industrialization of the country. Because a successful energy transition includes the modernization of the economy of the regions depending on coal activities and ensuring that those communities have a green future as well. We also, Romania also relies on nuclear energy. We believe that the nuclear energy is necessary in reaching both energy independence, but also the decarbonization targets by 2050. And besides traditional reactors, we're also implementing the small modular reactors, the SMRs, and we have identified a location for them at the site of a decommissioned coal power plant. And we can use the grid infrastructure that exists there, but also the labor by retraining and employing people in a sector that has definitely in Romania has a future. This is a very important human resource that will play an instrumental role in the success of the green transition.
Thank you very much, Tatiana, EOC Pair, for that sort of scaled-in look at Romania. I want to go now to you, Dr. Barbara Kaufmann, to give us a perspective from the EU. After Russia's attack on Ukraine and the ensuing energy shortages here in Europe, the EU Commission drafted the Repower EU strategy. Medium-term measures there focus on expanding renewable energy in EU countries. And as they're working to bridge the current gap in the labor market, how can EU countries work together to prevent international rivalry? This is what we were talking about earlier, not poaching from other countries. How can EU countries work together for the best hands and minds?
Yes, thanks. And just referring to the the plan, the Repower EU plan, let me just say that one of the things is that instead of aiming for 40% of renewables by 2030, we now aim at 45% of renewables by 2030. And also we are aiming at a doubling of the photovoltaic capacity by 2025. So these are some key elements. Indeed, with the idea we need to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. We need to reduce our dependence on Russian energy, especially after this war of aggression against Ukraine. So then, of course, the estimates that we have also now recently a Green Deal industrial plan talking about the manufacturing capacity we need to do all this transition. And the recent estimates we have is that it would create 3.5 million extra jobs by 2030 in the EU, and that we will require investments of 12 billion in retraining. And the question is, how do we do it? I say, as a rule, the EU tends to do things together. We have strategies, the Commission proposes strategies, the EU decides strategies, and then we move in the same direction. And it's definitely true for skills. We have a new or renewed skills agenda from 2020 already. We have, by the way, another framework, which is the European Pillar of Social Rights with 20 principles. How do we move together to achieve upward social convergence? Number one of these principles is skills. We have this year the European Years of Skills. So you see, we are really very much focused that this is the way we now have to go. And now, but going for some concrete actions we do together. We have an EU agency called CEDEFOP. They do skills intelligence. There are other member states do their own skills intelligence, and there are even other agencies working on it. But I think we have to get even much better in that, because everybody's asking how many, what kind of skills, how many people we know, and there's still a lot of work to be done, and we need to work together. Secondly, in terms of the many actions we have, for instance, the Pact for Skills. It's very interesting because here governments, education providers, social partners are working together in key industries, and then there are 14 sectoral pacts where they are saying, okay, how many people do we need by then in this sector? There's one on offshore renewables, there's one on onshore renewables, there's one on batteries, and for instance, for these 14 sectoral pacts, there's already an identification of 6 million people which will be reskilled for specific purposes in these areas. And then some actions, again, they come as proposals, but then in the end they become joint council recommendations to all member states, and everybody tries to do this then. Vocational education and training needs to be modernized, linked better to the labor market needs, green and digital. Curricula need to be updated, girls need to be brought into STEM more, of course, universities need to be refocused, and we are now also having sort of a recommendation on micro-credentials, that it's not only about the 3 years, whatever university, but you can do little training here and there, and you can improve your capacities. And also we have, for instance, let's say now the idea to have net zero industry academies to train the trainers. New idea also, but again, EU level. Then there are, as you said, there are national actions undertaken, and there are various EU funds also supporting that. There's, for instance, the European Social Fund. For instance, I also have responsibilities for Greece and Cyprus to implement the European Social Funds. And then we work together, the country programs certain skilling elements, and then they get the funds. There's the Recovery and Resilience Facility, huge funding also, focusing in very large part on greening, but also skilling and employment are huge parts of that fund. Then we have, you already mentioned it, the Just Transition Fund. The whole idea was when we set up the Green Deal, we said, okay, but there are some countries, some regions, coal mining regions, that will be more affected. So what we need is a strategy. And so every region that will be particularly affected had to put forward a plan. And when they implement the plan, they get funding from the EU. So it's a little bit of a redistributive factor to go to put the money in those regions that suffer a lot, so that we all can move together. And basically, another element I wanted to mention is that we have also put forward a recommendation to each member state to come up with a comprehensive package to ensure a fair transition. And that should include employment measures, should include skilling measures, and should include social security measures, and all coordinated with social partners. And I'm saying that also because it's not only about skilling. As I mentioned earlier, it's also about integrating more people in the labor market, otherwise we cannot overcome it. It's also about arrival and integration of talents from outside the EU, and it's also about fair working conditions, because you mentioned that, and I have to say we even put forward recently a directive on minimum wage for the EU, a framework, because it's true, I think from the market point of view, the shortages will push up wages, should also sort of improve working conditions, because there's more demand for people. And now, but basically what I haven't said, because you also asked, we do have the freedom of movement inside the EU, and that obviously means if a worker wishes to work in Germany instead of Romania, they are allowed to move, because that is one of our 4 freedoms, and we defend it. At the same time, we also have to say, if you look over time, you can also see that some people go back, because for instance, Polish people used to go all over, and over time, when the country developed, they have moved back. So finally, because I've talked quite a bit, I wanted to say it's not only about what we do in the EU, because we have a whole sort of framework of cooperation with other member states, and it's not only what we do between us, but we also support greening, skilling, for instance, with our partner countries through programs and funding. We have an ETF, a European Training Foundation, that actually supports skilling, skills intelligence, education, labor reforms in non-EU partner countries. We are participating in just transition partnerships, and finally, we're also really participating in international cooperation like the SEM, Clean Energy Ministerial, where we support the skilling and people's element, or in the context of the COP. So we think, in the end, in this skilling business, we all have to move in the same direction. It's no use that we have all the skills and have the green energy, and in the rest of the world there's nothing. So
I think that moving in the same direction is probably the most important takeaway from all of this, is that we have to move in the same direction, we have to do it together. I think that's a fantastic sort of viewpoint from the EU. I'd like to now turn to the rest of the panelists for your closing thoughts, because we've got a few minutes left before our lunch break. Tatiana Iosiper from Romania. You come from a government perspective, obviously, but final thoughts in just a minute or so. What you think that governments and private sector can do to close the gap in the specialized labor market, so that we can finally bring about this renewable energy transition in about a minute, if you can.
I think this is a fantastic opportunity that we have to take advantage of. There are many challenges to the green transition, but there are many opportunities as well. And I think in order to have a successful transition, both governments and the private actors need to invest in the human resource. Romania has made climate education and developing skills for the green transition a priority, a national priority that we have also promoted on a global stage. The COP27, we organized a high-level roundtable. My president, together with the Czech Prime Minister, have chaired it, and we have started a conversation with many other countries on what can we do to support the climate education, and also developing skills for what's coming up in all our countries. And we will continue to promote this topic as well. You mentioned many things we do at the European stage. I was just about to mention the European Year of Skills. This is very important. That will help small and medium-sized enterprises and companies in general get the skills that they need in order to move along with the transition.
Thank you very much for those statements. Antje Klaus-Vorreiter from the Green Solar Academy. Governments and private sectors, what can they do to close the gap in the specialized labor market?
I know that I every time spoke a little bit too long, so I give you the time back. So what we have to do is very simple. We have to work together. we have to stop to work in parallel, and we even have to stop to work against each other. That's what we have to do.
I mean, brief, but really to the point. Thank you very much. We'll let the union trade representative have the final word. We're talking about specialized labor. What can governments and the private sector do to work together?
I think we are aligned on what the research is done recently. What is the key? We need the key policy is first to see how to smoothing the development of profile, to avoid the boom and bust cycles in terms of to develop the skills. The second is to coordinate approach, as you said, between the government, the industry, and training providers to build training capacity. And the third is the training and employment pathways need to be built for diverse labor market segments. It's not only the focus on some segment, is to develop a broad to use other segments, but also in terms of to develop the workforce, but also to don't forget to include what you say, the disadvantaged group or vulnerable group outside of the workforce. Is important also to, in terms of inclusion, to do that. And the last one is the renewable energy should be managed as part of an ecosystem to develop the workforce that can move between renewable energy and adjacent sectors like manufacturing, infrastructure, etc. That's, I think, the pathway for us must be comply in terms of to see how to have a just and fair transition. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And thank you to all of my panelists who are here today for this panel on overcoming the bottleneck of specialized labor. Tatiana Iosiper from Romania, Dr. Barbara Kaufmann from the EU, Antje Klaus Vorreiter, Eric Manzi, and Roberto Barrios Castillo, the Undersecretary for Mexico. Thank you all so much. A round of applause for our panelists.
That is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards. and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa RE, we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Ha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive? Not enough of it. Not in the right place at the right time. Not powerful enough. Not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage, to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Ha2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We're hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're H2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and on climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk. where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate and save the world. And that's just for starters. H2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way, and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Hard 2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Hard 2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way, and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business. Building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're H2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and on climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage, to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. H2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Haha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage, to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Haha2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy. Wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business. Building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Ha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Haha 2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way, and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. It's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Haha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage, to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Haha2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy. Wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Ha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Haha 2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way, and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. It's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Haha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Haha2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We're hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Ha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage, to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Ha2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way, and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Haha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive? Not enough of it. Not in the right place at the right time. Not powerful enough. Not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage, to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Haha2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink BayWa RE, we rethink energy. Renewable energy. Wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa RE, we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome and welcome back to the Europasaal here on day 2 of the 2023 Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. I'm really excited for this panel this afternoon. It's called Fossil-Free Heating and Cooling. Is it finally happening? I think this is such a great title, and I think this is going to be a great panel. I'm so excited to welcome my guests here today. I'll give a brief introduction, and then I'll introduce each of you. So the question that we want to address during the panel is, has the time finally come for a rapid and massive restructuring of the heating and cooling supply? Reaching RES deployment targets and climate goals can only be achieved when all sectors are really addressed. How can countries and companies move faster to ditch fossil fuels in heating and cooling? Given the sheer number of heating and cooling systems, which are the most promising pathways for a fast and reliable RES deployment in the heating and cooling sectors, and which technologies are most suited for commercial and industrial sectors? Commercial and industrial sectors is going to be a real focus of what we're doing today. And of course, how can renewable heating and cooling bring a competitive edge to companies? Joining me for this discussion this afternoon, seated just to my left, Maria Zagurolka, the Senior Development and Operations Engineer from Naked Energy Limited in the UK. Irene de Padua, the Policy Director at Bioenergy Europe. Juliana Hinch, Managing Director of the German Association for Concentrated Solar Power in Germany. And Marisol Oropesa, the Secretary for International Affairs at the Mexican National Solar Energy Association and co-founder of the Heat Changers community. Thank you so much for joining me today on this panel. I'd like to start off with an open question to each of you. I'll start with you, Maria. Russia's war against Ukraine and the rising gas prices helped make people aware of the significance of the heat sector and its reliance on fossil fuels. Now, from your perspective, how did that change the situation for the heat market across all sectors, from domestic to industry?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here and a pleasure to be surrounded by amazing women on this panel. So indeed, the conflict has been a catalyst for the heat market decarbonization, but at the same time, it largely pushed countries that had the grid that was decarbonized to once again install coal capacity or fossil fuel capacity into it, as well as countries who didn't have any carbon in the grid, did have carbon in the grid already, push for even more share of carbon and carbon rich fossil fuels and natural gas into the mix, and which was quite frightening to see, unfortunately. Furthermore, in domestic markets in the UK, there are families who have been pushed to purchase oil, wood burners, to heat their domestic houses and to provide heat for their families, which, well, brings us back 20, 30 years, 50 years, because of that fuel poverty and energy crisis. Furthermore, currently, other families are just affording to heat one room in the whole house and have to use that for the duration of months and months in the winter, which is disturbing and has to be tackled holistically and has to be tackled now. So the heat market is still enormous, and the campaigns of countries to reduce energy demand and educational thought leadership programs that have been centered around educating on decreasing energy demand in households and industrial spaces has had some effect and has had some success, but overwhelmingly they're still far from reaching the goal of decreasing that energy demand. And I think it's important to say how much well, carbon in that heat market there is. So question to the whole, does anyone know that heat and well, heat demand occupies around 50% of global energy needs before coming to BATD 2023? Can I have a show of hands? Okay, that is really promising, but unfortunately, it's still a massive number which has to be addressed and decarbonized, and I think the heat market needs a transition from fossil fuels and needs a transition from subsidies for fossil fuels to be able to transition to a sustainable and renewable functioning.
Thank you so much, Maria Zagorolka. Irene Di Padua, the same general question for you. From your perspective, how did Russia's war against Ukraine and the rising gas prices change the situation in the heat market?
So thank you so much for the question, and great to be here indeed at the transition dialogue of this year. I think I will echo what Maria said on the fact that heat is half of our energy, and we do often think about energy as electricity, while this is only 1/4 of it. Now it's increasing, of course, but still it's a minority. And I do believe that both the war and the energy crisis, so the increases prices for energy, really brought back the attention and the focus on the energy topics, and in particular on heating. And from our perspective, I'm from Bioenergy Europe, which is the European Bioenergy Association. Actually, the crisis was a bit of a deal breaker because we were afraid that people would go back to more fossil solution, and actually what happened was the opposite. We got a huge increase in the market. A lot of people were turning to more efficient and modern solutions, like pellet, for instance. So we did really see an increase in the demand for locally available, sustainably sourced, and affordable, because that's also a very important point, solutions such as sustainable bioenergy. So we were fearing a much worse outcome from a terrible situation, because both the war and the energy crisis as such are both terrible issues. But we also see some good out of this, which is indeed a push for renewables, not just bioenergy, solar thermal, geothermal, you name it, we have so many different solutions. But I think it's good that the energy discussion is coming back to the table in the political aspect, geopolitical, and also on the reliance of Europe on other countries. And we're based in Brussels, so of course I'm dealing with EU affairs most of the time, and it was good to see also Europe's reaction to the war for the Repower Europe plan, so a plan also to push and to support locally available solutions. And if we look at the bioenergy sector, 95% of what is used in Europe comes from Europe. So it's sourced within the EU, and 74% of the manufacturers are also based in Europe, making this really a European industry and a European sector. So this to start the conversation, but maybe I can leave the floor to the other colleagues.
Yes, we'll definitely come back to some of the points you have. Juliana Hinch from the German Association for Concentrated Solar Power. Can you give us a take from your perspective?
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm really happy to be here to discuss heat. And this is actually a consequence of the terrible war of Russia against the Ukraine, because we start talking about heat. Before, nobody talked about heat. Heat was something that was just there, that was affordable, that was cheap, and it just came out of our heaters. Yeah, and I guess all of you, or most of you, probably didn't know before the energy crisis what the own consumption of energy was. Who did look at the bill exactly? I mean, it was just something we paid and we accepted. And then during last year, we started to look at our consumption, and we looked where we can have efficiency gains. And this is like the private households, and but this also on an industrial level. Industries, for the first time, actually realized that there is something they have to bother about. And there is a huge amount of energy consumption that they are not aware of. A lot of industries do not know what they consume. They just do not know where the energy comes from and what need they have. Just to give you some examples, I mean, all the boilers of fossils, a lot of them are over-dimensioned. If you now look at them and you want to change the system, first time you have to figure out what is your actual consumption. And I have examples. They would say, oh, it's like 7 tons of steam we need. And then you have a look at the consumption, and you realize it's only 1.5 ton. But it was incredibly overestimated, and nobody had a close look to it. And now we realized that we have to go for efficiency first, and then we have to find new sources. And this is all a process. And unfortunately, we start this process only a few months ago to talk about, to realize what we have to do, to realize what the challenge is, yeah, to change that sector. And now, last year was challenging in a lot of aspects. And yes, it somehow opened the door, the war and the energy crisis, for the technology I'm representing, for other thermal technologies, for the heat transition. But also a lot of capacities went into all different kind of sectors. People were bothering about electricity markets and emergency management. And so, yes, we are heard now with our topic, but there is not a lot of action behind that. Yeah, the market got more informed that the crisis was a door opener, and we get to talk, we get heard, we got on a panel here, and but we need action now. The good thing is that people, the market, is more informed now. If you go to an industry company now, at least they know that what they have to do, or they have an idea of what they have to talk about, but they haven't taken a decision yet. Yeah, so the doors are open, the market is informed, but now we need action. We need to implement, and we get done, and we need to accelerate that, because we do not have a lot of time. Yeah.
This is something that we've heard, over the course of these 2 days. We've had lots of talks. Really, like, action is what we need, definite steps, and we need to take them now. I'd like to move now to Marisol Oropesa, for the Secretary for International Affairs at the Mexican National Solar Energy Association. Can you give us your perspective, please?
Yeah, thank you. I have the privilege to have lived in Mexico for 25 years. I was born there. And I've been living in Europe for 18 years, so you can do the math. But the good thing is that now I understand both perspectives, like from developing countries, how do they perceive energy, how do they perceive solar energy, how do they perceive the heat topic, and what is the European perspective, for instance. And one of the main takeaways for me from these years, from this late time with the war and the energy crisis, was like, how much comfort do we have in several places? What's the comfort zone, and how to get out of that comfort zone? And we had to get out of our comfort zone in Europe, in countries like Germany, where we just took for granted what heating is, right? So what I saw in my friendship circle, like, they were really changing some patterns of consumption. Like for the first time, they would think, oh, maybe I should wear a sweater instead of putting the heating at 5 or 4. Or others would just consider some energy efficiency measures, which in the communication, there is a lot of information going on. What can you do in order to make your energy use more efficient? Oh, now they say, okay, I heard something about it. So perhaps this action is coming, of course, more from a fear and uncertainty perspective, because we feared, like, what are we going to do? Are we going to freeze in the winter? Of course, we didn't, at least not in this country. But it was the nature of the action, what it matters to me, because only then the sector got visibility in countries where heating is actually taken for granted. In Mexico, like, heating is like, okay, sorry, you're going to freeze maybe? Marisol, what are you doing now in the winter? And I said, well, I might pay a little bit more, and it's a pity because the place I'm living in has no solar heating, for instance. But for them, it was like more tangible when the prices of some products and services got a bit higher. So to say, okay, why is this affecting me if that crisis is happening in Europe? So interconnection, global issues, and this is something that it's important for us in the sector to say, where is this motivation coming from? Where is the awareness coming from? And what is our window of opportunity to use that in order to make our services and products more accessible to that need, right? To meet this need, heat demand over 50%. In the best cases, sometimes it's higher. So where can we make the highest contribution to the decarbonization, to energy security, to be independent from anything, right? So yeah, I believe the perception is different depending where you see it, from the demand side, from the supply side, but in both sides, the goal is the same. We have the responsibility to take action.
I want to come back to Mexico in a minute, but I'd like to turn now once more to you for our first round of targeted questions. And I said this to all of you before, and I'll say it again now. If someone here on the panel says something that you really want to speak up, I would absolutely encourage you to do so. Maria, you've been active in the field of renewable heat as a developing engineer in the field of PVT. It's a technology that combines solar heat and solar power. And you've been doing it for several years now. How has the narrative around sustainable heating and cooling changed over the last five years, for example?
Right, good question. So I will answer this question by telling you a tale about our company, Naked Energy. So in 2015, which is a bit more than 5 years ago, we were just starting to install our first pilot project, which was 10 tubes in one of the largest supermarket chains in the UK, Sainsbury's, which was a success. 3 years after that, we were working very hard to become scalable and roll out our technology to more and more people. So we signed an agreement with a manufacturing partner in Italy, which was a huge step for us. So I'm just talking about transition of solar heat throughout the years. And in that same year, we have installed our medium-scale project, 2018, in Swansea Active Office, which is one of the first and one of the few buildings that generate more electricity and more energy than they consume. And then after that, in 2020, we only went to certify our thermal-only product, and we are only now looking to certify our hybrid PVT product. So since then, since 2020, we are now installing in medium and large-scale installations, and at the present moment, we're installing 400 kilowatt peak capacity at one of the most amazing buildings in London, in the heart of London, which is a huge success for us. So some economists in the room maybe would think, oh, what a general product adoption curve. But I would say that's a story about shift in perspective towards solar heat. The fact that maybe 5 or 8 years ago, it was only available and only perceived as a research scale installation or, well, just a testing system. Now it's really pushing the boundary of industrial, commercial applications and is more and more rolled out to wider public. So I think that's how the narrative has changed in the past few years.
Thank you so much. I want to come to you next year, but please, I mean, I can ask you, and maybe you can build in a response into this question.
Absolutely.
Because I want to ask you about, things on the EU level and how, the relevance of heat in the overall debate on energy needs and energy demand in the EU.
Yeah, I was just about to jump on that precisely. So
fantastic.
Perfect question. And I think I would like to echo again what Maria said. I think we all agree on this panel. That's an easy conversation. That heat has always been the elephant in the room and that it's only been a recent rediscovery. Before the war, but I think, again, the war and the crisis were a catalyzer in that. But before, even if we look at the legislation, the first version of the Renewable Energy Directive was about renewable electricity. It was not about renewable heat. And it was only in 2018 that we first saw some targets which were indicative for an increase in renewable heat solution. And hopefully, but this is still in the making, we will now have mandatory targets for renewable heat, which is a break dealer again, because that's really showing how heat is becoming more and more part of the political conversation and is getting more attention. Still, a lot of people consider heat and energy as electricity. And I'm also a bit sorry to say that heat is being discussed now at the end of the conference in not the biggest room, so that's also why maybe it's not yet got this spotlight that it should have. But I do believe, and I want to be optimistic, that in the future there will be more and more focus on this, more and more support. And I think we'll also touch upon this maybe later on, but less and less support for fossil energy, which is also a key point in this discussion.
Absolutely it is. I'd like to move to Juliana Hinch. Most people associate concentrating solar systems with large power plants in the desert, but this has shifted towards the technology's potential for providing heat for the industry. How does this work?
Yeah, that's right. Most people associate concentrated solar with the power, electricity production, but actually the technology concentrates solar light and with that generates heat in the first place. And well, in the great power plants, it's then used to generate electricity. But now, since we start talking about heat, since we have the need for renewable heat, our branch, the engineers, started to figure out that we can actually use this heat, the high temperature heat, also for other purposes. Like a parabolic trough or Fresnel technology produces temperatures of, let's say, 400, 430 degrees. And this is a perfect temperature that you can use for industrial processes. At a global level, I think it's like 50% of all industrial processes run at that temperature, or the consumption of these processes run up till 400, 500 degrees. So there are a lot of applications where we can use this high temperature, and not only in industry but also in district heating. It's a technology that can be used, especially in existing heating networks that run on higher temperatures. And yeah, you need to store it in thermal storages. So it's a good way to produce high temperature energy. And this not only in the deserts and not only in the most sunny places, but it works also in Central Europe, in the German market, in our neighboring markets. And this is what we are working on now to promote this market and to promote the possibilities, because it's not well known. I mean, it's a technology that is proven, that is there for decades in different applications, but now we're entering the heat market and heading towards the transition.
I want to come back to this in the next round to talk about like some of the things that people don't know about quite yet, but I want to come first to Marisol Oropesa. We've talked a lot about heating here on this side of the globe. Can you tell us a little bit more about solar energy used for heating and cooling in Mexico?
Sure, I can tell you a lot about that, but I'll stick to maximum 2.5 minutes. So Mexico is the largest solar heating market, the second largest solar heating market in Latin America, after Brazil, of course. Brazil is a much larger country with also a very large solar heating and cooling market. We have 4.2 round gigawatt thermal of capacity installed. In Mexico, that's the double of the PV distributed generation market. So the solar heating and cooling sector in that specific segment, compared to the distributed generation PV, is much larger. We have a different situation than we have in Europe. Here, like utility scale is on the rise, right? Both in PV and power. In Mexico is perhaps not that utility scale because we do not have district heating, for instance, so we cannot build that large plants. However, the small decentralized systems are the ones having a lot of success in the market. There are different market niches. You may think, okay, yes, it's just solar water heaters, very simple, very low cost. Of course, yes, it is a huge part of the market, and this is good. Why? Because that's what is needed, actually. We don't need to have very efficient top tech in certain areas because it's no need for that, right? We don't need that much heating in the winter, so a good hot water supply is important because people do not have access to gas all the time, so in remote areas, in rural areas, or people cannot afford gas. So if they get a solar water heater, which is actually cost-effective and easy to install and easy to maintain, oh, they will get it. And they don't think twice. And actually, that's one of the reasons why this solar water heating market in Mexico is growing. It's stable. It has a continuous growth trend. However, now it's moving to a more specialized area and to larger applications. For instance, for buildings. As you said, buildings, the topic. How can we heat buildings? And we are not talking about heating buildings. We are talking about supplying hot water to buildings like hospitals, like hotels, like also sports centers, or like even schools and universities where there is a lot of hot water demand for showers, for cleaning and disinfection, and for so many other different things. And there are a lot of systems being built in these sectors, especially during the pandemic, when I remember when we had that panel about the buildings. In Mexico, there were a lot of hospitals investing in solar water heating systems because they had to increase the number of beds being active because of all the people who had to have treatment. And so they had to expand capacity, and it was very practical and very financially smart thing to do, just to put some solar water heaters on the roof of the hospitals. And it was amazing for me because it was a time where everything was kind of sad and uncertain, and we had this positive news from the solar heating market. Besides, Mexico, maybe nobody knows it here. Well, yes, I know 2 people know it here, is leading in solar process heating. And you may think, how come? Well, it's one of the countries where the largest number of installations in the industry is being installed every year. So we have now at least like running and in operation, and we know about them, about 109 systems in operation for solar process heat. And I'm not talking about huge plants. They are small, rather small systems, but that's the base in Mexico. We have a lot of small and medium-sized companies, and they also need solutions for gas, for replacement, for reducing cost. The technology is mostly made in Mexico. We have suppliers. We have, as is in the case in Europe, by the way, Europe is a net exporter in the solar heating sector, which is very important. Well, the same is in Mexico. There are local suppliers with local technologies, different types of local technologies. So there are flat plate collector manufacturers. There are also concentrating collector manufacturers. There are different types of technologies like solar cookers and air collectors and many things. And I'm sure PVT collectors are going to be the next thing. So solar process heating is also still a niche, of course, but in Mexico is working with payback times from 2 to 5 years, which is huge. And why? Yeah, of course, we have a lot of sun, and we have high gas prices. Mexico is oil-producing country, but we import gas. So this is perfect for solar process heat applications, and solar cooling, of course.
I want to come back to ask you for, this is a great overview of what's happening in Mexico. I want to come back to you to think on a more global scale, but I'd like to come first here to Maria Zagorka. You talked a little bit, the changes from 2015 and the different partners that you've had in the UK, but I want to know a little bit more, how has your pool of clients changed?
Yeah, exactly. Coming to our first question of this panel, the crisis in Ukraine and subsequent energy rises throughout Europe and globally, interconnection, has pushed and widened the pool of our clients massively. So if we still have a plethora of research agencies and universities coming for our technology to test PVT applications in all sorts of ways, in dehumidification, seed drying processes, etc. But at the same time, we now have seen clients reaching us from hospitality sectors, so multi-apartment hotels, dwellings, so multi-apartment dwellings as well as university halls. So we are moving to that elephant in the room heating of buildings and not only provision of hot water for those buildings. So that is where our clientele now lies. But at the same time, now we see a shift towards leisure centers coming to us for systems and installations where they see a need to decarbonize their energy in pools, in heating and sanitary hot water, and they come to us to provide that solution, which has good ROI, and also it has subsidies currently, which is a next question to ask possibly, which is great and great to see. And they are, of course, battling the energy crisis and energy pricing rise in UK, but also they are more and more forward-thinking in terms of sustainability and renewability of their heat demand. And lastly, I would like to say that we are yet to enter big industry market, even though we are already applying our technology in food and beverage production companies, which is, you might think, need a lot of heat for their pasteurization processes, etc. At the same time, we are trying to apply our technology to industrial applications. And that's the next, I think, big challenge for us as a solar thermal market, because industrial applications and industrial specialists, they think that they need humongous amount of temperature for their processes. But in fact, they can get away with mid-range to close to the high range temperatures to successfully achieve their production targets and their manufacturing needs. So I think the final point I want to make is that the clients that we want to see are the clients who understand that solar thermal can be integrated. So if the clients have the stigma about intermittency of solar thermal, we want to see a shift in perspective on solar heat. Solar heat can be integrated with ground source heat pumps. That's a Voldemort word, right? Heat pumps, oh my God. Sorry. So it can be integrated with heat pumps, ground source, air source heat pumps, and aquifers for energy storage, and can be delivered throughout the shoulder months and winter months. So we are looking for clients to be aware of that, and we are trying to be a thought leader in that perspective, as much as heat changers as well, which I'm really pleased about. So yeah, the clientele has shifted from small research entities to large and super large companies who are looking to decarbonize. And furthermore, we are looking for people to integrate us in other heating devices and technologies.
Thank you very much, Maria. In terms of how things are changing, Irene, I want to come to you as well now. What role does bioenergy play in this current energy crisis? And how do you see this role sort of changing and developing in the long run?
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, I think the sector coped quite well with the overall energy crisis. Of course, we did see an increase in the price at a certain point, but that was mostly driven by much higher demand, like sales of both appliances and material, like feedstock, both skyrocketed at a certain point, because, as I said, considering gas and electricity prices, still bioenergy was competitive and much more affordable, so people did turn to that. So throughout, we see that the sector coped quite well with the crisis. Of course, the market needs some adjustment in the beginning, like everybody else. But again, it's a proven and existing since a long time technology. So I think the market adjusts quite well. In terms of the future, I think that's also quite an interesting question, because we do see still huge potential for growth. If we look at energy in general and heat in particular, still 70% of it, if not more, is using fossil energy. So we do have room for all different solutions and for all different options, also those that are not yet developed or at scale. And we do see as well the possibility of growing in a sustainable way, because that for our sector is a crucial point, is how the biomass is sourced, and is usually done either through its industrial process, so it can be sawmilling residues, or can be forest management residues. So it also brings into the conversation circularity in a way and reuse of what's already available. So I do believe the future ahead looks bright. There is still a long way to go, though, to phase out fossil energy, and that also will be a game changer for our solutions, so renewable heat ones.
Yeah, absolutely, it will be. You talked about potential, and I want to come now to you, Juliana Hinch, and talk about potential. Namely, you talked about concentrated solar efforts. What's the current state, and more importantly, what's the potential there?
Okay. Yeah, well, the current status is that we are at the very beginning, yeah, and this is a solar process heat, whether it's concentrated solar or if it's flat panels. The process, solar process heat is at the beginning, but with a steep increase, and there are lots and lots of projects in the pipeline to be commissioned this year or next year, or they are in planification. Just yesterday, there were new numbers published by Solar Thermal World. But yeah, we are at a very low level still, yeah, because yeah, the market is at the very beginning. But what about the potential? I mean, we've heard it, like half of our energy consumption goes into heat, but only process heat is like, at least in Germany, I think at a global level it's even more. It's only almost equivalent to the consumption we have in electricity. So we actually need to have a new electricity market just to have the numbers. And it's huge. It's almost all based on fossil energy. The potential is enormous, and there are a lot of applications. And there is an enormous potential for concentrated solar, for bioenergy, for heat pumps, for all different kind of technologies, for thermal storages. But we just need to get all these technologies into application, and we need to get them into the market and to work on that, which is not easy at the very beginning, because a lot of people are hoping to have an easy answer, you know, just a fuel switch from gas to whatever, might be hydrogen, but it's not. Heat is more complex. You have different levels or different states of heat that you need. You have different levels of temperature. You have temperature, or you have steam that you need. And all the conditions in your industrial surroundings are different. If you have sun, you have access to biomass, or you have access to renewable electricity. So this all conditions your decision, and you also have to look at the individual profiles of the heat consumption you have, because it's not, you actually, talking about solar, there are a lot of industries that have a similar use of energy, like with the solar production. Yeah, if you look at a brewery, there is more production in summer times, because there's also more consumption of beer during summer times, but also all the food industry, they are producing more during summer times. And then concentrated solar goes well with biomass, yeah, because you have the solar during summer month, but you get the biomass afterwards. So the challenge is also to get all the possibilities, all the technologies together, to have to get all the pieces of the puzzle together and work out what your individual solution could look like. And yeah, I'm sorry to say to everyone who was hoping for the easy solution, just to switch one day, this might not be so easy, but look at your processes. There are solutions, there are a lot of technologies, available. And this is also something I really want to stress. There are technologies available in the market, available, scalable, and they are already affordable. And they just need to be used. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Marisol, I saw you picked up your microphone, and I'm not sure, I have a question for you, but if you want to respond, if you picked it up at that specific moment, I want to give you a chance to respond.
Yeah, now when we are talking about process heat, I agree with Maria that we know a lot of the potential in process heating is actually below 150 Celsius. And from the examples I gave you in Mexico, well, what I told you, Mexico has a huge process heating market, solar process heating market. It's for the food and beverage, actually, most of the part. And it's for cleaning, disinfection, boiling, pasteurizing, drying. So like very simple processes. So sometimes I wonder, why do we need to get so complicated? Why don't we just first satisfy that demand, which is huge? Like in the industrial sector, 74% of the energy demand is for heating. 74%. So we can like beat the below 150 Celsius area, and we can even go beyond with concentrating power, solar thermal power. So the potential, I think we shouldn't talk about potential. We should talk about investments. Why companies do take so long to make the investment decision? Because it's within their hands to make that decision. Here we are not talking about, the grid, or, the infrastructure, or, the legislation. No, come on, this is something like the decision makers, the CEOs, the CFOs can make. Like, I want now to spend less, and I want to be more competitive, and I want to have high tech in my plant. That was my comment.
Thank you very much for that comment. What I want to do now, because Maria, you brought it up just a moment ago, and so I want to take the opportunity because you talked about subsidies. And I have a question that I'd like to ask to each of our panelists about subsidies. In what way do subsidies influence decarbonization of this heating sector? And the second part of this, what role does the support through subsidies for fossil fuels play when it comes, we're talking about funding, what role do subsidies play when it comes trying to decarbonize heating? Maria, since you introduced this topic, please, I'd like to hear from you first.
Sure, thank you. Well, I think some governments, can only speak for some governments send real mixed messaging towards the public sector and private sector, where they introduce carbon taxing, huge pricing on carbon, but at the same time subsidize fossil fuels, which is interesting and is generally seen as interesting strategy. But I think subsidies play a huge role in helping the technology roll out, helping the scalability of the technology that we are talking about today. And I think also think that subsidies help sectors which could not think about implementing renewable technologies because of high capital cost or maybe operational cost, depending on which technology you're talking about, enter that technology and enter the negotiation in purchasing one. So I think it's very important. And of course, it sends a message towards the society that, okay, we are subsidizing solar heat, we are subsidizing concentrated solar, we are subsidizing biomass. We are supportive of your transition. We are supportive of your renewable energy thinking. And I think it's really important for governments to continue subsidizing renewable energy technologies and implementation of those in commercial markets, in residential markets largely, because once again, general public, I don't think can afford many of the things we are talking today, unfortunately. So I hope that will change. So it's crucial for the governments to continue sending that message to the world and reduce so much the subsidizing of fossil fuels and advertising of that in the future years or in future months, hopefully. Yeah, and currently we are very, very lucky in the UK to have strong support from the sustainable energy associations which work at the local level, coming up to Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, which push the green agenda and provide reports and policies that are both technology agnostic and technology specific, because I think we need to have both. We need to have technology specificity where the public and the commercial sector knows where to go for, what works, what is approved in the geography that we operate in, but also technology agnostic, so everyone and innovative energy solutions have a say in this and have a potential opportunity to go there.
I want to come back to this if we have time in the panel, but I also noticed that one of your fellow panelists wants to respond. Please, Marisol.
Thank you. Besides that, I believe that something that should be part of an incentive program is how to motivate and how to really push installers to do the job, which is making basically the decision for the consumer or for the household, because they are the actual experts. They are going to install it, and usually they are also managers, so they have their business, and they install or recommend what is best for them, what is more profitable for them, what is much easier to install for them, which is not necessarily always what makes more sense, what covers the largest part of the energy consumption with renewable heat or anything else, right? So please, the message to political decision makers and policymakers to consider how to motivate the installers or the energy consultants to really think of what is best in terms of renewable heating and cooling.
Juliana Hinch, I'd love to get your take here, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I wanted to refer to what Maria said. I absolutely agree what you said, especially the part where you say it gives signs to the market, subsidies give signs to the market that there are technologies that are worth investing in. I just want to add something. We also have to consider that we definitely rely on innovations and new technologies. Like 2 years ago, the International Energy Agency published a report, and they're saying to meet the climate targets or the technologies that we need, 50% of them are still not commercial. So what we need is to get new technologies, get innovations into the market. And I know at least in Germany, and I think also in Europe, there is good investment in R&D. Many governments are giving money, and that's good. There are a lot of innovations, but we need to get these innovations into the market. And this is really difficult, and this is me talking for concentrated solar. We are, entering the market, and I'm also speaking for solar thermal storages. Yeah, also these are a technology that's entering the market, and it's really difficult because of regulation, incentives that are given only to specific technologies. So we need to have subsidies or regulation that is open, that leaves space and room for innovations, and not fixed on certain characteristics of a technology, but referring to our target, to our climate target. Yeah, this is something, maybe you can refer to CO2 emission reduction or something like that. Unfortunately, many systems are still focused on technology.
I see you nodding, Irene Di Padua. Please, jump in here.
Yes, so, well, I have the privilege of being the last one, so I already can agree with most of what was said. We are doing a bit of a different perspective because bioenergy do represent 60% of the renewables at the moment, 12% of Europe energy consumption, so we are not entering the market, which puts us in a very different position considering what we just said. But still, the fact that fossil fuels are getting more subsidies per unit of energy produced than other renewables, that's for me striking, and that should be the first thing. And I do agree a lot on the point that we need subsidies for innovation, and also because indeed if we look at the market, we do have bigger players, but we do also have smaller players, SMEs, which are maybe struggling to get the capital investment that is needed in the beginning to decarbonize. And going back to the industry, I also think that what was said is true, that we do have different options depending on temperature level and conditions, but the subsidies are there again, and incentives and a political message to make sure that industries are willing to decarbonize and take take concrete steps towards that. So I do believe that indeed, on top of subsidies, we need other incentives, we need regulation as well, and it's, let's say, the full package of measures that also will be needed.
You bring up incentives, and we're nearing the end of our panel, so now I want to say this is a chance for us to wrap up, and I want to hear from each of you, in terms of incentives, and in terms of policy incentives. If you had one wish for a policy that could be implemented to this afternoon or tomorrow morning, what one policy would you want to see implemented the most? Maria, you get to go first because you're seated to my left.
Well, one is really hard.
One is
I'm
really
a big
hard.
believer in 3, a magical number. But I'll go with one. I think if I had a magic wand and would implement any policy that could be effective, because we have a lot of policies that struggle to make it to actionability and implementation. So I think policy regarding thought leadership and training for people in the industry. I think availability of resources for people trying to start decarbonization of heat and heating and cooling. So policy regarding free education, educational courses and training for installers, for people who are young professionals trying to get into renewables and technology there would be key for future generations to really get into that sector and modernize it, innovate it, implement things that they see working in their laboratories and universities, etc. I'm talking about young professionals here. But yeah, policy regarding education and availability of thought leadership on the topic would be great.
Thank you so much, Maria.
Thank you.
That's all right. It's been a long few days for the stage. Irene de Padua, your one wish for policy implementation.
If I had to pick only one, I would say ban fossil fuels. So a clear exit strategy from fossil energy, a ban on the subsidies, and a gradual phase out, because of course we know this will not happen one day from the other. We will need a transition period and adaptation. But still, I think a very clear signal will be to stop completely the subsidies. That will be a very first and important step.
I think you're right. Thank you very much, Irene de Padua. Juliana Hinch, your one wish for a policy that we can implement tomorrow.
Okay, I can include their wishes as well. So, no, my wish would go in the communication communication. We need to have a stronger focus on heat. We need to develop strategies for the heat market. I hope that during this year, next year, a lot of governments have heat strategies. So next year we will see a lot of ministers sitting on this panel talking about their strategies and then communicating the necessity of doing something and the heat transition into the market. And with that, with the communication, also on all institutional levels, they should work on heat. They should generate the knowledge and spread that into the market, because this is really something that is lacking at the moment. Knowledge, what could be a good option. And yeah, everyone is still a bit confused. We need some guidelines, help to choose options, because the options are there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Marcel Oropesa, close us out. Your one wish.
The fourth component of our new incentive program would be a grant system that makes sense, and sense in the sense of that is goal-oriented. And what's our goal? To decarbonize everything, whatever. Everything needs to be decarbonized. So why don't we have incentive programs which get higher in terms of the share which is being covered by renewable energy sources? From the total heat demand or energy demand, what's the share which is covered with renewable energy sources? The higher the share, the higher the incentive, the higher the grant, the higher the support program, because otherwise we are pushing perhaps sometimes in the wrong direction. Like, let's heat pump everything. Like, we cannot cover everything with one silver bullet, right? So it makes sense to combine technologies for the purpose of decarbonizing something, right? So if it's a heat pump with a solar thermal system, if it's a heat pump with a biomass boiler, if it's a heat pump with a solar thermal for district heating, yeah, let's think of the goal, which is decarbonizing. The higher the share of renewable energy in the whole system, the better, and the shorter the time, because we don't have time, and we don't need to wait for further.
We don't have time. We don't need to wait. Education, communication, banning fossil fuels. My thanks to my 4 panelists today here. One more time, Maria Zagarulka for the Senior Development and Operations Engineer at Naked Energy Limited in the UK. Irene de Padua, Policy Director for Bioenergy Europe. Juliana Hinch, Managing Director of the German Association for Concentrated Solar Power. And Marisol Oropesa, the Secretary for International Affairs at the Mexican National Solar Energy. A round of applause for my 4 panelists today. Also for each other.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only 2 choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way, and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
politicians are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're H2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. the technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen, the means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. HH2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise throughout renewable energy with a comprehensive portfolio of services, supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Hartz-II, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive? Not enough of it. Not in the right place at the right time. Not powerful enough. Not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Hartz-II. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink BayWa RE, we rethink energy. Renewable energy. Wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa RE, we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We're hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Ha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really?
All right, hello and welcome to the last session for today here at the Europasaal. Thank you very much for sticking around, for making it to this session. I know it's been a a very intense week, very intense 2 days for some of us, 3 days for some of us. And so, yes, thank you very much for being here, for the panelists, the speakers, and the audience for finding your way to join us here. Also because I think that our session here is actually one of the most important ones of the BTD. I mean, all the sessions are important, all the topics are important that are being discussed here, but everything that's being discussed in the other sessions, as in the targets, the goals, the strategies that countries and companies have, the urgency with which we need to act, all of this leads us to here, actually, because here are the people who are making all of this happen. Here are the people who are doing the really important and amazing groundwork to make sure that we can achieve everything that's being discussed in these other sessions. So that's really impressive, and I'm very honored to be here with all of you today, and that we also get to look at two very important sides when it comes to startups and innovation. The investment and support side for startups, and the entrepreneurial and startup side. So today we will start with the investment side, investor talk, where we look at impact investment and the role it plays in the startup and innovation world and what's happening in this space currently. And then we will move on and welcome the 5 SET award winners from last night to hear about their solutions on how to tackle climate change. All right, and with that, I would like to welcome my first 2 panelists, the speakers here on stage with me. It's Aneri Padran from Energy Nexus. She is an award-winning climate and clean energy ecosystem builder. She founded the largest energy access accelerator in Africa called Enventure, and was acquired by Energy Nexus and now serves as their chief operating officer. Aneri's previous experience include an elemental accelerator, Meta, and the UN Foundation. Welcome, Aneri. And next to Aneris, we have Iris Tenhav, Head of Science at Extantia Capital. Iris is a trained chemist who turned into a climate tech venture capital investor, and she's currently heading the science section of Extantia Capital in Berlin. Welcome. All right, so talking about supporting startups, investing in startups, when it comes to climate tech and energy startups, traditionally this has been a space where we were always saying it's a space where investors sort of shy away from. They stay away from it. It's complicated. We need more support. We need more support structures for startups in this field. But recently this has changed a lot, and we've seen a lot of movement and almost like a little boom when it comes to impact investment. So do you feel the same way about this? Do you feel there's a lot of movement at the moment, there's a little boom? And why now? What's happening at the moment that this is going on?
So I think actually, first of all, there are 2 things. So first of all, what we're seeing right now is a clear demand signal, actually. So over the past 2 years, the amount of companies that have set science-based climate targets has quadrupled over the past 2 years. Quadrupled, it's a lot. So that, first of all, there's a clear demand for having more sustainable energy, more climate tech. Then the second point is also, I think, the energy crisis, as sad and alarming as it is, it made us realize that we need to diversify the energy supplies that we have. And that created another spark, I think, over there.
Yeah, and I'll add that, yes, the amount of private investment in climate tech has definitely increased significantly in the past few years, but it's still nowhere near enough. We need trillions of dollars, both public and private money, flowing into this sector. And in 2020, it was about 600 billion that was invested. So I'm not sure what that data is for 2023, but if that's the trend, it's nowhere near the trillions that we need, is basically what I'm trying to say. And so yes, there's a boom, but it needs to boom more.
Yeah, I actually agree, absolutely. And so how sustainable do you think is this? I think you said we've got that market demand now, which is great. So do you think it will stay like this? It will increase? Do you see, or do you feel like we're now at the tipping point? In which direction will it go? Because like you said, we need more. Do you think we're on the right path to get to the much more that we need?
Yeah, I think maybe in the coming years, I mean, I think we've seen between 21 and 22 that there was a bit of a slowdown in terms of investments because of, also the financial crisis going on. But I think that we've now recently seen the EU Green Deal and also the IRA with massive support packages. And I think that's a good sign. So even though we're maybe going into a recession or a crisis, not 100% sure yet, but with these packages, I think we'll still see an increase in the coming years.
Thank you. So with all this movement at the moment, we all know that startups do need these support networks and structures, VCs, the funding. Why does impact investment play such an important role when it comes to climate tech startups? And what else is there other than funding? So why do startups need VCs, need accelerators, need these support programs? What do they get out of it?
Yeah, so speaking for the accelerator sector, they're really important launch pads for climate entrepreneurs. We see a lot of people who've left the tech sector, for example, or especially with these recent layoffs happening, that are looking to now start new solutions in climate tech. It's maybe their kind of next pivot in their life in terms of what opportunities they can create, and that's super exciting to see. But we still need a lot of more entrepreneurs, and we need to have a lot more support services for these entrepreneurs who are new to starting a business, may have the technical skills, but not the sales capabilities or the storytelling that's needed to fundraise. So accelerators are a really great launch pad for them. And then, of course, when they get those support services through these accelerators, then they can also, of course, raise the investment that they need to actually scale up their companies.
Yeah, agree with you. And I think an investor plays a role from a financial point of view, especially in climate tech, where at least at Extentia, a lot of the companies we see develop hardware. They come out of a technical university, have just left the lab maybe with their solution. But at that point in time, they have no revenues yet. So they wouldn't be able to get a loan from a bank. And that's where, at least from a venture capital point of view, you can come in then and really help them cross that kind of valley of death till they come to the point where they have revenues. And apart from financial support, it's of course also the network, as you're mentioning, so connecting them to the right partners for scaling up, giving them strategic business advice, for example, building a pre-sales order book, which maybe the typical engineer or scientist might not have thought about that, or sometimes even is too perfectionist. They're like, okay, no, we first need to work on this one container and it needs to be perfect before I'm going to ship it. But that's the kind of sales skills that you talk about. Like sometimes it's fine to build a pre-sales pipeline and to scale up that way.
Absolutely. So do you think that this mentoring process or access to network is as important or maybe more important than the financial side of things? Or like, where do you feel like that startups, when they talk to you or when you work with them, really, where's their pain point?
Yeah, I maybe have a good example from our portfolio. So we have a portfolio company called eclareon. They are operating in the biogas space and they spun out of the TU Munich. It's basically a team of 5 engineers or scientists. And when they spun out of the university, they were maybe quite perfectionist. So they're the ones that were going to build one containerized solution at the time. And then we came in with their seed investment round last year and also had a board seat with them. And we basically helped them to set up a pre-sales pipeline, like the Tesla Model 3 kind of idea, where you're already selling and then getting revenues from that already. And I think for them, I mean, they could have taken money from elsewhere probably, but that sort of support to build up that pipeline was really, really important for them to be a hardware business, but have software growth characteristics. So they needed more support than money. That's what I felt like, at least.
I really think it's both. It's not one or the other. I like to say that a training and support program with no funding is building a road to nowhere. You really do need the funding to go with it so that they can actually take what they're learning from the mentors and the training to actually implement. So, and as I mentioned, the climate sector is already underfunded as it is. So it really has to be both.
Okay, thank you. So what motivates investors or support programs to invest in climate tech startups? Why climate tech? Because it's really not an easy sector.
No, I think in a way, being an impact investor in venture capital, the classical venture capital model is basically comes from Silicon Valley, is only focused on financial gains. Think of all the tech giants from Silicon Valley that we know, they're all built on venture capital. So we are maybe a little bit different from these people because we care also about impact in terms of environment and social, but we're also not actually that different. So I think maybe I'm too pessimistic, but in a way I'm thinking, yeah, we are also driven by financial gains, and to think that you can attract all the funding in the world with just being an environmental or a social company, that probably doesn't work, because whether we like it or not, like, money makes the world go round. And that's also why at Extantia we don't think that betting on the green premium is not a business model that we're looking for. We want a solution to be, price competitive with the fossil-based alternative. It has to be able to stand on its own in case that the green premium falls away, right? So I don't know, curious how you feel about it, but.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting question because New Energy Nexus is a nonprofit organization, and so for us, investing in climate is clear from a mission and vision and value perspective. But we do talk to a lot of philanthropy and foundations, and they are actually quite averse to giving in the climate sector because they see it as too big or too big of a challenge for a grant to solve, or be more catalytic if it's more of a co-benefit type of giving where you're helping farmers with crop resiliency against climate than actually, funding, climate entrepreneurs, for example. And so, obviously, this is a very different sector, but actually, when you look at the amount of, philanthropy that is out there, especially what's needed for more like environmental justice type solutions, it's a drop in the bucket. And I think that's a real shame, and I would love to see more of that kind of investment too from that side.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about that before, also about the pipeline of, startups. Do we have enough startups that are moving that space, that are developing solutions? Because we need more capital, we need more investment. But do we actually have already like a large enough amount of startups there that are ready to go, that are ready to implement the solutions and that are ready to scale? And if not, where could be barriers, or where do you generally see barriers for startups in the energy and climate tech space?
Yeah, I think we do see some startups in the space, but I must also say, from the venture capital point of view, there's still a lot of funds out there that invest in software, mostly software. Like, a lot of people or colleagues I speak with are like, okay, my fund does 80% software. And, as cool as many of these software solutions might be, and they will create a quick growth model, you just can't remove greenhouse gases from the physical atmosphere with an app on your phone. So to really make a difference, we actually need hardware to move the needle on climate. And this is where I think, we still need, in that sense, maybe more support to incentivize technical teams in technical universities to take their cool ideas out of the lab and actually do something with it in the real world. And we can improve.
Yeah, I would say there's lots of entrepreneurs working on this. New Energy Nexus's mission is actually to support 100,000 entrepreneurs by the end of the decade. And we actually think that's actually very realistic in terms of the numbers of entrepreneurs that are out there. We also don't define entrepreneur as like VC-backed startup either. So maybe DOFO from that perspective may not be as big. But we do think that there's so many different kinds of businesses that are needed. in addition to the venture-backed startups, we need, more rooftop installers. We need more electricians that know how to do repair and maintenance of electric car charging stations. We need more like blue-collar workforce jobs in that sector that are honestly built by small businesses. And so we see all these different types of entrepreneurs as needed, which is why we think, 100,000 is actually not even that big of a number.
Where are you at the moment towards that 100,000 goal?
About 7,000, so we have a ways to go.
Sounds really good, Joe, and I think you need to have these really high-flying goals that motivate you to push through and to really put, your heart and your energy into that, and it drives you. Have you come across any startups or solutions lately where you say, where we talked about, it's like there's this urgency at the moment, like that we need to scale, we need to become faster with everything we do. Have you come across any exciting technologies or startups or solutions lately where you say, like, oh, that's really cool?
Yeah, I have one that resonates quite well with me also on the sort of background personal level. So during my research years in academia, I used to work on a process to convert CO2 into fuels. And back in the days, I was doing that on a very small scale, very fundamental level. So we were trying to figure out how the process worked and converting grams of CO2 into grams of fuel. But then last summer, we ran into a company from Estonia called Up Catalyst, and they were actually taking CO2 and making graphite out of CO2. Now, graphite is a material that we use, for example, in battery anodes. And the bad thing about the supply chain is that it's now mostly either mined or processed in China. So from a European perspective, we're all getting quite nervous about that, especially considering the recent energy crisis. So what they do, they basically make graphite out of greenhouse gas CO2, and they also disrupt the supply chain. So we ran into that startup, and we haven't officially invested yet, but it's something that I'm very excited about, especially knowing that this technology only appeared first in the academic literature in 2016. So it's a very young technology, and in a way, it makes me feel very positive about the future. There are many things that we haven't invented yet that will be very impactful.
So we do a lot of work in emerging markets, and we actually see this as solutions there as one of the most important to fund and support, because greenhouse gas emissions are rising in emerging markets, and there are less net zero targets across the board. However, there are entrepreneurs there as well that are needed to be supported both through accelerators and through investments to enable the clean energy transition in these countries. And so, technologies that we already know and love, like electric vehicles, mobility, infrastructure, solar proliferation. It's really a deployment game. And so New Energy Nexus is really focused on helping those kinds of startups just deploy, because we know adoption in these markets is what's going to drive the market more than, some breakthrough innovation.
Okay. Wrapping up here, last question. If you could, what would you want to say to young people who are thinking of maybe starting or founding a startup? What would you tell them? Why should they start a startup or found a startup in the climate tech or energy or climate space in general?
Don't solve the dumb problems of making pizza arrive to your house 5 minutes faster and those types of apps. We already have a lot of people working on those types of things. The climate crisis is already here. It's not this, elephant that's in the room. It's already being experienced all over the world. And so when it's real like that and it's urgent, the time is now, and there's no better time to be a climate entrepreneur.
Thank you.
I would first of all say don't be afraid to fail, especially if we're here in the European ecosystem. People might not feel incentivized to become an entrepreneur because they see risks, but actually rather see it as an opportunity. This is your opportunity to make a real impact in the world. So go out there, do it, fail, it's okay.
And we've got the backup now. All right, thank you very much, Iris and Aneri, for joining us here today. And with that, I would like to ask the 5 SET Award winners from last night onto stage. Thank you. Thank you. And as they're coming up to the stage, I just want to quickly talk about the SET Award, the SET Global Innovation Platform, in case you're wondering what is or who are SET Award winners. So the SET Global Innovation Platform is a project that dena, in cooperation with the World Energy Council, started over 7 years ago. So right now, we're looking at the 7th round of SET Award winners. And we, over 7 years ago, said that the energy transition and net zero goals will not happen without innovation and without startups. And we need to make sure that all the amazing innovation startups that are out there, they need to be visible, they need to get a platform, they need to get a voice. So we thought what better way of doing that is by having an award that specifically looks at climate tech and energy startups and to make it global, because only on an international or global space can we actually achieve our goals. So every year since 2017, we've had in between 400 to 600 applications from startups from all around the world. So by now we have over 3,000 startups in our database. And so every year then we rate and rank these startups, and we have 5 categories with 15 finalists. But with so many applications, there are so many great startups out there. So we said we really want to showcase more than just the winners or the finalists. So every year we also publish the SET 100 list. So if you want to know what's happening in the world of startups and innovation every year, look at the SET 100 list. It's really amazing. And then we have our 15 finalists. We invite them to Berlin. They meet our SET jury, and so on Monday we had our SET jury meeting, and that's when the jury then in the end decides, together with pitches that happen at the Tech Festival, who will be the SET Award winner. And the Tech Festival is our annual event. It happened yesterday. Some of you might have been at the evening reception as well. It's one day where startups, investors, corporates come together to talk about solutions, their innovation, and what we need to do to just accelerate everything that we're doing. And so last night we had the SET Award ceremony and awarded 5 startups with the SET Award, and I'm very, very happy to have all 5 of you here on stage with me. I'm quickly going to introduce you by name and your company, and we'll then give you the chance to actually do what you can do really well and quickly pitch your solution and your startup. All right, so next to me is Sandeep Tanasheri. He's founder and CEO of BSW-Solar electric boats. You won the Mobility and Transport award yesterday. Then I have Amit Saraogi, CEO and co-founder of Usha, who won the SDG 7 category yesterday. Both of you from India, which is really great. Then we have Fernando de los Rios. He's the CEO of Hyperion Robotics, based in Finland. You won the construction and materials category yesterday. Then we have Paul Smith, Vice President, Sales Europe of Energy Dome. You won the Clean Energy and Storage category yesterday, and Wei Wu, co-founder of Heatrix, who won the industry award yesterday. So welcome and congratulations again on winning the SET Awards. It was a really tough competition and really well done. Everyone was really impressed by your solutions, and so now I want to give you the possibility to share your solutions with the rest of us in here.
So I start. So I'm Sandit from Navolt. So we build some of the finest solar boats or boats in the world. And so we address from a climate change perspective the 3% emission caused by marine transport. So we do that by building solar electric boats. We started with public transport and built ferries which were not just better, but also eventually cheaper if you see the life cycle cost. And this is not taking the cost of pollution, which nobody does, at least in the context of India. It's mostly economics that drives. And then after public transport, we moved on to the fishing sector, which is very crucial. And there are about 1.7 million boats across the world. And we have worked out a solution that can build a better boat, which remove the operating expense as well as the pollution. So in that sense, we are trying to find a solution for the marine transport. Eventually, we have to solve the cargo ships, which are responsible for 90% of the marine transport pollution. And that's still a 3 to 5 years away, for which we still have to work and develop solution in the hydrogen and few other technologies which we are working on. So yeah, finally, we are aiming to achieve a cleaner and quieter oceans.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, at Urja, our mission is to solarize the agricultural sector, so decarbonize agriculture, both upstream, downstream, on-farm, off-farm. Majority of Indian smallholder farmers, these are farmers with land holding of 1 or 2 acres, average income of $100 per month. Mostly rely on fossil fuel-based energy on the farm. So generally, these will be diesel generators. Our aim is really to replace these diesel generators with clean energy. But then we run into a different problem. There is no affordability to invest. These farmers don't have the capital to invest in these new technologies. That's where we really come in by innovating on the business model side of things. So we remove the upfront cost barrier for these farmers to access these technologies. And our inclusive, customer-centric model is a pay-per-use model, which is a bit different from pay-go. A lot of us know what pay-go is. So basically, we are servitizing the industry. Currently, we have 3 verticals, so we are offering 3 different services. So the company itself finances all of the assets, deploys them, installs them, and operates and maintains for their complete lifespan, and then offers services. And these are tied to the cash flows of the users. And these are community-driven projects, so each asset is not just used by one farmer or farming family, but several of them. So we offer solar irrigation, which is a big input need. Generally, they would be spending about 25% of all input cost just on irrigation. And then there is solar milling or agro-processing. This would be post-harvest. And then again, post-harvest for storage of horticulture perishable produce. So extending the shelf life, reducing wastage, helping them realize higher prices in the market. And so those are the 3 services. Together with that, so these are revenue generating services that we offer, but still at very affordable tariff relative to the incumbent, which is diesel. These are 20 to 50% cheaper, what we offer. And then to build their capacity, then we also have agronomists on the team that help them diversify, intensify their cropping, move from 2 seasons to 3 seasons. In some cases, help them transition to high-value crops. So it's not only carbon emission savings. Of course, that is a big goal, but it is also social, economical transformation for these and creating jobs at the last mile as well. So I'll stop there for now.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, and at Hyperion, there's 2 big problems that we are looking to solve. One is the fact that concrete, this material that is pretty much everywhere, generates 2.8 billion tons of CO2 every year. So we need concrete for almost every building infrastructure, but unfortunately it's very polluting. And at the same time, the way we build, basically concrete construction, hasn't changed in decades or even more. It's very labor intensive, time consuming, it's dangerous, and by 2030, 40% of skilled labor are going to retire. So there's no labor to build. And what we are doing is we have developed technology which is a combination of large-scale 3D printing with low-carbon concrete. And we are focusing on building infrastructure in a more efficient way. So basically we can reduce the amount of materials from, for example, foundations by optimizing design, but we combine this also by using recycled materials from different waste streams, like mining tailings, slags from the steel industry. We have used as well some carbon as a byproduct from different industrial processes. So we are experts also in taking waste and turning it into more sustainable forms of concrete. And we are helping energy companies, big industrial companies, to reduce their emissions and become more efficient in their projects.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, Energy Dome, Paul Smith. We have developed a very innovative form of long-duration energy storage. This is the kind of energy storage that we need, which goes beyond what traditional lithium batteries can do at present, which enables the grid to go beyond 50% renewables on the grid up to 60, 70, 80, 90%. Our technology is based on actually using carbon dioxide in a way which takes advantage of the properties of that particular gas, which are very convenient for use in our process. We call it the CO2 battery. We've already demonstrated it extensively. It's grid connected at our pilot plant in Italy. We've raised quite a bit of funding recently, and we're now going to roll it out globally. It's a global solution which has potential for some hundreds of gigawatts of installations around the world.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Vi. I'm one of the co-founders of Heatrix, and at Heatrix we're tackling the heavy industry like cement, steel, and chemical industries, because those industries, they need a lot of energy to produce their materials, and that energy is in form of industrial heat and high temperature heat, especially above 600 degrees normally, and they are responsible for about 12% of global CO2 emissions. And right now, that is basically, they're producing it by burning fossil fuels. And we are developing a solution to replace that kind of fossil fuels. And then that's basically converting renewable electricity into storable heat. So we have two components. We have an electric heater. That's basically a big industrial hairdryer, so to say, because we're heating up air up to 1500 degrees. And we combine that heater with the thermal storage in order to balance out the fluctuations of the renewables and to provide the energy continuously to the industry. And it's going to be a plug-and-play approach, so we don't want to replace existing plants because that's just too expensive, too much complexity, and it would cost the industry too much downtime of the plant where they can't produce. So it's about retrofitting their existing plants and upgrading their burners with the renewable source. And yeah, so that's basically how we want to contribute to fighting climate change. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So 5 really great solutions, 5 solutions in very different sectors, but all sectors or all problems that we urgently need to decarbonize. And I was thinking of asking, do you think that startups are better at tackling these problems that we have? But obviously you're convinced that startups are better, otherwise you wouldn't be doing what you're doing. And so I wanted to know, why do you think you can be better than, for example, large corporates in tackling certain problems? Why do we need startups and their innovation to tackle this? And I'm just going to, let's go back again, so we can get back to you.
Okay, I think the typical answer is that we are probably much more faster. We are not constrained by, I don't know, a whole lot of vertical hierarchical processes where you can't decide anything by yourself, maybe. So we are much more flexible in terms of pivoting or more, getting out there more to don't rely on proven processes. We can do faster decisions. And I think startups have this kind of entrepreneurial spirit from the very beginning, where you just try a lot of things and you just go out there and try instead of proving it first if that works or not. And then it's more like try and error, which makes it more faster at the end to get to a solution somewhere.
Okay, thank you. Paul.
Yeah, I mean, I agree 100% with that. Of course, I'd add that, you know, one of the things, I came from a somewhat corporate environment, having done sales around the world with quite large companies, and then I'm working now for startups. So I maybe have an interesting perspective that the focus is really, really important. So within a startup company, you are literally morning, noon, and night, and quite often a lot of the night, focused entirely on that specific problem. And you're so intensely involved with it that you develop such a deep understanding of the issue, and you talk with so many people around that particular subject that you really, really get to understand the issue deeply. And that's incredibly important, and I do not believe that any big company can actually do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with both. And then maybe quickly following up on what Paul was saying, it's interesting because, for example, I don't have a technical background. My background is in business, but I've been doing this for the past 6-7 years. And just in a very short period of time, in a couple of years, you become an expert and know more about anybody else in the industry, I would say, because it's kind of an obsession. And this is something that just by throwing money to a problem in a very big company, you cannot match, you know? So it's a combination of speed, both on the technology development, trying to continuously perhaps adjust and evolve that solution to make it work. At the same time, looking into how to roll it out to fit into the existing supply chains. That's a huge challenge as well, that I think startups are in a good position to do it compared to the big companies.
Okay, thank you.
So while I largely agree with all three, I mean, no contest over there, but I will add another element to it. Of course, agility, efficiency, you know, these are advantages for any startup. No bureaucratic hurdles, less administrative costs, but I think we can't all work in silos. It's not, you know, it's either this or that. It's not startups or corporates. I think it should be an ecosystem approach. All stakeholders are required. Yeah, I mean, we are facing a crisis. We're decarbonizing at the rate of 0.5% yearly, whereas we need to decarbonize at the rate of 15% yearly to, you know, stay under the 1.5 degree target. So I think it'll take all of us to do this together. There are a lot of things we do better as startups, but then again, we still need a lot of support, whether it's financing, talent, whether it's government policies. So all that needs to come together, whether it's investors like Iris and Aneri, accelerator programs, right? So yeah, so because we may have great ideas, you know, but we don't have everything that we need. So yes, we need a lot of support as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I will answer it differently. When we are looking at any application or any existing way of providing a solution, if it's a new entrant coming in, they are forced to find or try a new approach to it or new solution to it, and that's typically startups would think like that, because, like, for example, when we were looking at 10 years back, all the public transport ferries were all diesel. So it is only a different startup can come in and think, okay, how can I dominate this industry? I cannot do that by making diesel ferries because there are already existing players. So how can I do it differently? This is how we tend to think, approach it differently, and that opens up many of these better solutions. Just like in electric car, right? So you can't have a startup come in and dominate a petrol engine vehicle. But you can do that if you are doing an electric. So there's an opportunity for new player to come in and dominate the sector if you are thinking differently and you come up with a different solution, which is exactly what we are trying to do in the sector in India. And 10 years hence, at least in our state of Kerala, the government has officially decided that no more public ferries, public transport will be diesel ferries. It is all, they're going to shift it to solar electric. But it took 10 years, but it is possible only by startups.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think I absolutely agree, and but also a very good point that it's not just it's not silos, it's not a startup or the corporate, and it's an ecosystem, and we need that ecosystem approach to move in the direction that we need to move. Yet I think we're all still encountering various obstacles or hurdles. So, what in your case or in your industry or for your startup is the one of the biggest barriers or hurdles that you're still facing in order to scale? What would you need to change so that you can say, okay, and now we can just reach for the sky? I'll start again with you.
Yeah, at our stage where we already established the product and solution works and it's better, for us it's purely execution in terms of working capital. This is specifically because the boat building and the nature of boat building is customized and built to order rather than assembly line like cars. We want to change that with some standard products like fishing boat, make an assembly line standardized. But ferries and big ferries are built to order, which means somebody orders and you get it in 6 months. So it's typically large amount of working capital which startups like us have to play. And not in at least for us in India, the banking facility or debt finance is not very friendly unless you have a heavy capital or land, etc., to support it. And there are no grants or big grants like EU grants for clean tech projects. So that is where we struggle in terms of working capital to execute the orders we manage to get after convincing the client. So for us, it's purely working capital.
Scale up, quite a few hurdles, challenges, of course. One would be, generally resources, all sorts of resources, finances, although more money is flowing into climate tech in general. But again, from an Indian context, there's not enough domestic investments available. So most of our investments come out from outside of India. And then there are, capital flow barriers from the central government and so on and so forth. They make it really difficult, especially for external commercial borrowings or loans. Like he also mentioned, from domestic banks, not very friendly to startups. Because they don't accept collaterals that we can offer and so on and so forth. Talent can be, in our specific context, because we work in rural areas, talent can be a challenge as well. And then I'm talking more global, and policy, and sometimes policy mismatch or conflicting policies between the state and the center. They are in opposition to each other. So you don't know where you stand, and if there's no stability, you're building a business based on the current conditions. Tomorrow, if it suddenly changes, then you can be in trouble, and that could be pretty high risk for you. So I would say those are some challenges for scale up for a company like ours.
All right, thank you, Fernando.
For us, I would say again resources. On the funding side, our company is developing hardware, software, and materials. So there's a very heavy R&D aspect, and it's not cheap. So there's a big side where we need investment, and that's always a challenge to be able to grow. On the other hand, I would say that Hyperion is in the construction sector, so we are in probably the the most conservative industry. It's the least automated. You have these very old construction companies, and it's very difficult to change their mindset. We have a very fragmented industry, very little players and very big ones, so many different steps within the value chain. And what happens with us is that sometimes we need to convince all of them to be able to make something happen. So we have found a way by going directly to the big end client, but still we need the buy-in from these relevant players, and this is something that once by focusing on certain markets, on key markets, and finding the right partners, we would be able to scale up and roll this out around the world.
Okay, thank you. Paul?
Yeah, so we're only 3 years old, and I guess our answer would change significantly depending on when we were answering the question. It just so happens right now we have gone through that fundraising and came out of that in a good state because the business model was fundamentally solid. We're relying a lot on existing supply chains and manufacturers with large corporates. I mean, we're not intending to develop our own manufacturing capacity. We're rather relying on existing ones, and that's one of the things which will allow us to scale quickly. We are intending to actually become a big corporate ourselves, I have to say, in the near future. So I wouldn't, badmouth the big corporates at all. So what we're facing right now, the current issue is basically one of commercialization. There's a gap between all of the great words and stuff being said in the sessions earlier today and what industry was saying as well in the session. I think we should have a much more prominent role in that. I think we should be heard centrally by the whole audience, not at the end of the day. I'm very pleased to be here, by the way. Thanks for that. So we need to be much more central in the debate, much more prominent, because this is where a lot of the solutions are. We're bringing new tools to the toolbox of the energy transition. I mean, we need a new toolbox. It's not the existing toolbox that's going to fix the problem. So that needs to be out there. And then having understood that, basically what we need is a much more focused approach on how we actually translate all of those good words into actions. So we need task force approach. It's no good just having a minister responsible for this or a general secretary for that. We need a task force approach who are literally told that they must make sure that projects are developed and deployed starting now. And that means developing projects takes 2 or 3 years. And if there's not a development pipeline right now, we've got a problem, and there isn't. So that needs to be addressed, and that's our issue.
Thank you very much. Just one quick, before I move on to Vi, just one quick follow-up, because I think you touched on a really good point here. And with that task force approach, I mean, you've worked in different countries, or at least you've worked globally. So do you feel like there's already one country out there that is sort of going in the right direction with that?
Interestingly enough, I think the country which has obviously setting the pace at the moment is the US, and it's not necessarily with a task force approach, although that is happening at various state levels. It's more about setting the targets, and once you set targets and people understand that there is a potential revenue stream to chase, then that changes the game entirely, and people do actually start physically, developing projects on the back of that. And that's a bit of a gap still in Europe.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Yeah, I would totally agree with you, Paul. I think it's a lot of about talking about startups, what they can do and how great their solutions are, but there's not so much about talking with the startups about how can they actually implement their solution, how they can scale, what kind of help and support they need. So our main or two main challenges also is On the one side, that we are addressing a very, very conservative industry as well. So I don't know who's more conservative, is it like heavy industry or the constructions, but I think they're both related. So since because of the heavy industry, you have a lot of engineers, and the most best speech for an engineer, or the most slogan is never change a running system. So what has been working for like the past 100 years, it has to work for the next 100 years. And so that's really, really hard to change their mind, to really try new technologies and go in a different path. And the second one is also, of course, the funding, right? So we are also doing quite heavy hardware, and we did another approach than typical people would do. So starting in the university and doing the research there and then go out. So we founded first the company and then developing the technology, because I did that before. I did my first technology development within the institution, and it took us 10 years to go out, and we don't just have the time for that. So I don't think it's the best environment to develop new technologies within the research, especially if you want to do applied research there. So especially for this kind of setups where you have a really science-based technology developed within a startup and not within the research, there's just no really funding for that, especially when you have a capital-intensive hardware. So VCs shy away because it's too early. They say, okay, we don't invest in research, but you don't get any grants, so of course, because public funding is always just like 50%, especially in Europe, right? So, but where do you get the other 50% to really balance that? So I think there's a huge gap as well, and would be great to talk to politicians, VCs with them, and find a solution for that, especially.
All right, thank you very much. And again, agree very much also with the point that we need to talk more with each other and hear each other. And it's something that we were working towards. And absolutely. And as we already sort of coming to an end, I just quickly wanted to see if we actually have some questions from the audience, because it's very, very different startups with different solutions, different industries. But I just wanted to give you the opportunity, if you do have a question, to ask them now before I ask the last round of questions to the panelists. Okay. If not, you can still ask at the very end if you want to. But I would like to ask you, now that you are entrepreneurs, you've worked you've set up your startups, and obviously everyone makes mistakes, comes across some stumbling blocks, but you succeeded, you're doing really well. And looking back now, if someone wants to found in the energy or climate tech sector, what would be one advice that you would like to give someone starting fresh, saying, do not make the same mistake that I made, or this is something an advice that I would like to give young entrepreneurs. Please, if you want to start. Or if someone already has their advice ready, to give you a bit more time to think about it.
I'll go first then.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, like Iris already said, I mean, don't be afraid to fail, number one. But there's always room for, pivoting. That's what we did. We didn't get it right the moment we started, right? Also try and understand the problem first at a much deeper level. We spent nearly a year only trying to understand the pain points of the intended customers. And then speaking to lots of stakeholders, come back, design your solution, redesign them if it requires. So a more participatory approach is what we did. And that helped. You had less problems with the solution that you were. You will still learn along the way. And so you got to be patient. You'll have to refine your model. You'll have to continuously refine your processes. And collaborate a lot, I would suggest. Don't try to do everything yourself. So I think if you take care of few of those things, there's no reason why you will not succeed.
All right, thank you. Already a great set of advice.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. All right, go ahead then.
No, as typically when engineers try to find a solution, and I'm criticizing because I'm an engineer, we tend to focus on features and not talk of benefits. So we tend to think of what we can do rather than what customers need. So in my early attempts at, before figuring out public transport was the real solution where I should go, I had done some couple of experiments and mistakes in smaller leisure boats, fishing boats, earlier I'm saying. So those mistakes were like you come up with the technology, great, but nobody wants to use it because of the price point. So fundamentally you have to think from the customer's perspective and think of benefits rather than features, which is what I learned the hard way, which I keep telling wherever I get an opportunity to interact with younger audience, I share this so that they don't have to learn by making the mistake. But younger people are much smarter, so they already know now by many other sources. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Who wants to go next? Fernando? Okay.
Yeah, I can go. So I like to say that we are an accidental climate startup. We really we didn't start with this focus. We wanted to change the construction industry, but just like by talking to so many different clients, different players in the industry, different or related big companies, for example, we realized that there was a big need for more sustainable solutions, right? Now, these sustainable solutions have to be faster and cheaper always. It's faster, cheaper, and more sustainable. But we tailored our approach by learning from this evolving path, let's say, and then becoming this climate-focused startup, right? We have big goals of decarbonizing the industry, but again, while bringing these efficiencies to the industry. So learn a lot from talking to clients, understand what they need. And maybe just one more thing, we try to, maybe similar to the engineer point of view, right? We also tried to push the technology to sell it to the client, but we really didn't understand how the supply chain, which is quite complex, works, right? And we have changed our model, and now customers can simply buy our end products, right? Anybody here even can buy a water tank from us or a foundation, right? So it's very easy. Instead of trying to convince a company which is already quite, let's say, structured and bureaucratic to adopt a new technology which is relatively complex. So think of what would be the best way for them to adopt and tailor your offer in that way.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I just take it from a slightly human perspective. I mean, what I've seen working, rather from the positive side, what I've seen working and what I love about our company is the fact that at the core there's a really tight, very complementary team. And that's an amazingly strong combination to have. And so I guess the converse of that is, you know, no matter how brilliant you are, there's stuff that you're not that good at. And figure out who is really complementary to you, and they may not always agree with you. That's actually a good thing, and figure that out and make that team, and you'll fly.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, maybe, I mean, there's almost nothing to add, but maybe from a scientific view here again, if you come, especially for tech founders, if you come from a scientific environment where it's about finding or understanding the problem, but now if you go out there and you want to like build a startup, you have to focus on the solution and not the problem, right? So it's not about understanding the problem in the very, very deep. It's rather really maybe understand only 80%, but the most important thing is to find the solution and to just move away, and then not yes, I understand it at the deep, but try and error more, and it's be more experimental, much more than before.
All right, thank you very much. The famous Pareto principle. Okay, great pieces of advice here. To listen more, to be patient, to shift, to reshift, to find complementary team members. I think all really valuable tips. And if you follow them, one day you might even win the SET award as well. So thank you very much for your input. Thank you for being here. Thank you for staying with us, to all of you. I think there is now the award closing, session closing ceremony at the Weltsaal. If you want to stick around a little bit longer, we'll be here as well if you still want to ask questions. Thank you also to Aneri and Iris again for joining the panel as well. And yes, enjoy the rest of your stay in Berlin if you're traveling, and hopefully see you all again next year. Thank you very much.